You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Yes, happy Sunday everyone and welcome to Football Live, and today is a big and special show because we've got Premier League and FA Cup action flagshipping today's 4-hour live show, bringing you all the action, bringing you all the goals, and we're going to start immediately because Arsenal v Crystal Palace has already set sail. 1 minute into that game, the score is currently 0-0 at the Emirates. A victory for Arsenal today, well, it would be huge because it would extend their lead at the top of the English Premier League to none other than about, what are we saying, about 7 points clear of Manchester City, who were in FA Cup action yesterday. They dispatched Burnley. Today is a huge game. They're facing Crystal Palace team that are managerless. No Patrick Vieira after he was sacked earlier this week. So today, things are looking good for Arsenal. It's going to be a great opportunity to take the 3 points. And here is Isaac Dilks with the team news.
Yes, Josh, good afternoon. Like you say, an enormous opportunity here for Arsenal to make a statement and extend that lead at the top of the table over the international break. The Gunners make wholesale changes from their loss to Sporting CP just 3 days ago. Some enforced by injuries. Both William Saliba and Takahiro Tomiyasu were forced off in the first half on Thursday evening and miss out today. The starting 11 for them is as follows. Ramsdale in goal. A back four of Ben White, Rob Holding, Gabriel Magalhaes and Zinchenko. A midfield three of Thomas Partey, Martin Odegaard and Granit Xhaka. And then a front three of Gabriel Martinelli, Leandro Trossard and Bukayo Saka. As for Crystal Palace, they're without a key Arsenal man. As you said, Patrick Vieira, a legend of the club. He was sacked this week following a 12-game winless run stretching back to December 31st of last year. The Eagles make 3 changes from their loss away to Brighton previously. They have Joe Whitworth in goal. Tyrick Mitchell, Mark Gehi, James Tompkins and Joel Ward make up the back four. A midfield three of Jeffrey Schlupp, Czech Decore and Luka Milojevic. And a front three of Wilfried Zaha, Odsonne Edouard and Michael Olise. As you say, always a fiery clash here between these two at the Emirates. Crystal Palace have not lost in 5 games here, so it'll be interesting to see if Arsenal can turn that tide of form against the Eagles here at the Emirates today.
I want to talk about Arsenal, Isaac. However, I have to start with a statistic that I absolutely love. At 19 years and 15 days, Joe Whitworth in goal is the youngest goalkeeper to appear in a Premier League game. He appeared on Wednesday. Today is his second appearance. Imagine that. 2 Premier League appearances at the age of 19. Today is a huge game, and today's especially a huge game because, like we said, Arsenal go 8 points clear of the champion at the top of the Championship today, the Premier League. I mean, it's absolutely incredible, isn't it, Arsenal and their story? I mean, they've won now 5 Premier League games in a row. Can go 8 points clear today. Do you see them being stopped, Isaac?
I can't really. I mean, a managerless Crystal Palace side been in such poor form recently, really struggling to score goals. I think they have 21 goals in 27 Premier League games so far this season. There's really not enough. It's relegation numbers, really, and they are only 3 points off of 18th place, unfortunately for them. So the only problem Arsenal might have is that defence. Obviously, William Saliba's been so indispensable at the back there, and Rob Holding does have his issues playing in these games, especially fiery ones against good 1v1 players like Wilfried Zaha. So interesting. That's the key matchup I'd be looking at today. But no, I think Arsenal were so relentless. I'd be amazed if Palace got any amount of points from this game, Josh.
Before you go as well, Isaac, just on Arsenal, if they don't win the league this season, is it a disappointing season for them? Should Arsenal fans be disappointed, or is it a case of how far they've come compared to the last few years?
I think they should be disappointed, definitely, because of the position they've put themselves in has been brilliant. And it will be those key games against Manchester City, key games against Liverpool and things like that coming up against those other so-called Big Six sides that define them. But they've performed well in those games so far. Only that loss to Man City, obviously, against the sort of top 6 so far. But I think if you'd have asked any Arsenal fan at the start of the season if they'd have taken second, they'd have bitten your hand off, absolutely, because it would be amazing from their 5th place finish last year and how far they've come under Mikel Arteta. So I think they would be disappointed, but at the start of the year, if you'd have offered them second place, they would never have turned it down.
Yes, well, thank you, Isaac. Thank you so much. We'll be with you throughout the game today and really giving you the lowdown on the fixtures and Arsenal, because that is our main focus on today's show. Though it's not just Arsenal today, we've got a range of fixtures coming up as well. We've got Brighton who are facing Grimsby today in an FA Cup action, and that's a game that is really interesting because we might expect Brighton to run out as comfortable winners in that tie. However, Grimsby, they've taken a lot of large heads, shall we say, in their route to the FA Cup quarterfinals. They're the only team in FA Cup history to beat every single team that they have faced who are then in higher divisions than them. They went to the Premier League. They were in the highest division in the last round, defeating Southampton. So that game's going to be coming up with you at 2:15. We've got Billy Andrews covering that. We'll be with Billy Andrews shortly for the team who's there. Also, then later on today at 4:30, we've got Manchester United v Fulham. That's two Premier League teams meeting in an FA Cup tie. Man United, they've already had one English trophy to their name, and that was the EFL Cup at the start of this month. And then then they're looking to make it. They're in the quarterfinals of this competition, the FA Cup. They're also in the quarterfinals of the Europa League as well, dispatching Real Betis earlier in midweek. This is an opportunity to get to Wembley for the second time so far this season against the Fulham team that, they're not exactly, the easiest team to face. They're in fantastic form, but Manchester United have a brilliant record against Fulham, to be exact. They've won every single FA Cup tie that they have faced them in. So that's just an interesting stat that you've got to look forward to. That's coming up at 5:30. Other games as well that we've also got to mention. We've got PSG v Rennes. That's coming up at 5:05. We've also got Lazio v Roma. That's also coming up then. That's coming up at 6 p.m. We've also got Leverkusen v Bayern Munich later on in the show. That is coming up at 5:30. We've also got Union Berlin v Frankfurt. That game is coming up shortly as well. That's going to be coming up at 3:30. And then the big one as well, Victor Osimhen, Napoli going to Torino in that game. And that game is already underway. 5 minutes in that game. It's currently 0-0 there, but we are going to be with our reporter, John Kane. I'm the presenter. We're going to be a reporter, John Kane, for that one. But now, right this second, obviously, this is Football Live, and it is proudly and most recently sponsored by NairaBet. And we are going to bring in our resident betting expert, Ayo. Ayo, how are you, my friend? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I am superb. Thank you. Thank you for joining us again today. You made your debut yesterday. I mean, you must be looking forward to today. I mean, we've got a Premier League action, Arsenal, we've got FA Cup. It's going to be a good day today, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's going to be a great day. There's so many games that are riding on so many things. Even the Arsenal game, you couldn't call it. You expect that Arsenal will be the winners, but with the sudden change of managers at Crystal Palace, even though they've not named their permanent manager, the fact that there's a new voice in the dressing room could make that an upset. It could be a banana skin for Arsenal there.
Well, has it caused an upset? What are the odds and the betting markets looking like between Arsenal and Crystal Palace? What can you tell us about that game?
The Arsenal are 1.17 with NairaBet to win the game. That is a shocking price as far as I'm concerned. I know Arsenal are flying high. I know Arsenal are the best team in the Premier League so far. But to take them at 1.17, that is a really, 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 really poor price. But people who want to back that price, they might want to go for it because they might think it's buying money. Some people call it that way, buying money. I don't see it as such.
What about Crystal Palace? What are Crystal Palace looking like? New manager, has it affected their odds? I mean, they're probably going to be at a good price, aren't they? Maybe with that new manager bounce, considering.
Arsenal actually now 1.29. Palace are 11.00. So these are live odds I'm giving you. It's Arsenal have worsened slightly. But even at 1.29, I don't think it's a great price. A draw might be a cracking price at 6.00. And if you're a Palace fan, you might want to stick the 100 naira or 500 naira on Crystal Palace at 11-1 to win at the Emirates. They do win at the Emirates, mind you. So it won't be the biggest surprise in the world.
Yes, they do win at the Emirates. I mean, they've done the last recent win was 3-2 at the Emirates, April
Absolutely.
2019. So that's not a bad price. Thank you for that. Remember those odds as you said that are subject to change. That is a live match. It's currently 0-0, so that's subject to change. Ones that are going to maybe stay as it is the FA Cup coming up later as well. We've got Manchester United v Fulham, a big game for all concerned there. What are the odds looking like for that FA Cup quarter-final clash?
Manchester United to win the game. That is changed now. Well, it's hanging at the moment. Just give me 30 seconds. I don't know why it's hanging. The website just went. Okay, Manchester United is coming up. It's coming up.
You've got us in suspense here. You've got us in suspense. These better be good.
The Manchester United at 1.36. Again, for me at 1.36, Manchester United. I'm a United fan. I'm going to the game once I come off. Here now, 1.36. A draw is at 5.25. This is the FA Cup, the cup where the giant killing happens. Fulham are a brilliant, brilliant team. They got dismantled 3-0 by Arsenal the last game in the league, and it was quite easy for Arsenal. But at 8.00, a Fulham fan or a United hater could decide to go and back Fulham at 8.00. They're playing very well in the Premier League. They're in the top 8 in the Premier League. It's not a home banker for me. But United are in terrific form. The only loss they've had is the Liverpool game. And of course, they didn't win the Southampton game because of Casemiro's red card. At 1.36, the value bet, for me, the bet for me is 1.36 for United to win. The value bet is a draw in 90 minutes at 5.25, in my opinion.
I think that could be a really good. But like we said, Fulham, they're a very, very good team. And Manchester United haven't lost to Fulham in 15 games. They beat them 2-1 in November. But as you said, Marco Silva, he's getting the best out of those powers. Paulinho is back. So we'll see how that one goes. And we'll talk about as well, Brighton v Grimsby. Now, this is going to be an incredible odd on Grimsby, I'm assuming. But this is the FA Cup. It's magical, IO. And Grimsby, they beat Southampton last round.
34.00. Grimsby are a big, probably the biggest prize of the day in the country today. I've not seen anybody that is anybody longer than 34 odds. At 34.00, Grimsby are the long outsiders to win. A draw at 15-1, and there's no value in Brighton. You don't even buy money here. It's 1.05. So, no, I don't even know. The value bet is a draw because you never know with the FA Cup. Brighton will rest their best players. The team news are not yet out. Brighton will rest their best players. Look, as the game started.
The game starts in just 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes. Brighton have rested players, I meant to say. Brighton have rested a few of their best players, and Grimsby might just fancy their chances. But the problem with these games is that even the smaller teams now tend to rest players in the FA Cup instead of them to go with their best team against the reserve of the Premier League teams to have a chance of potentially winning or causing an upset. But it's still the FA Cup. You never know what can happen. I think the value bet is a draw in both FA Cup matches today, a draw double. But I personally will go for a United win and Brighton to win by 2 or more goals at 1.20, which is under shocking price.
Yes, there we go. I mean, that is a chunk price. Great odds there. Fantastic, IO. We are going to get you odds on the Napoli game because that is a live game and a game in which Napoli have just scored.
Oh, everything just changes. And who scored?
Better than ever.
I have to go to live.
There we go. That's the goal, lad. Yes, very much. That's a huge game. I mean, Napoli, what are we saying there? I mean, they have just scored in that game. How has that affected the betting markets?
Napoli obviously were the favourites to win the game from the start. They've been in great form this season. Qualified for the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Osimhen scoring goals right, left, and centre. The name of this midfielder I seem to struggle to pronounce it. Vicha Krashikela. I struggle to pronounce his name every time. They are a terrific football team. And they've scored. They are actually now 1.13 to win the game in full time. That's a shocking price. That's probably just going to be amended soon because that's live.
Yes, they are subject to change.
Those are
Those
subject
will
to
probably
changes.
change
It could have
in
changed even
those
from the
games.
last time. I've said
Yes,
it.
they're going to
And
be
it's
chopping and changing.
absolutely it's frozen at the moment as I speak to
There
you.
we go. Well, there we go. Well,
So,
fantastic. Thank you much. I mean, this has been a fantastic chat. And as we said, very, very insightful as always. And you enjoy the Manchester United game as well.
yes, I'm going for a three-course meal in the box first, in the Narrowbet box. So I'll be
Okay.
eating my three-course meal, then I'll watch the game from the balcony of the box.
Well, that sounds like I wish I was joining you. I wish I was there. You enjoy that. Thank you very much for coming on, mate.
Take
We'll
care.
see you next week.
Bye.
There we go. There we go. So as we did get the scores and the latest scores as I was just leaving us then, we have currently got Arsenal 0-0 with Crystal Palace. But the big goal there, as reported to you while speaking to our Niner bet specialist, well, that was because Napoli, they are 1-0 up against Torino in Turin. And here is John Kane tell us about that goal.
Yes, it's a goal for Napoli in the 10th minute. It was a couple of minutes ago. It was a corner from Zielinski. And who is there to head it from 6 yards? The one and only, the Nigerian superstar, Victor Osimhen, scoring his 20th goal in Serie A. You cannot have any easier than that. He was marked, but he's so good at the moment. The hottest property in Europe, just is unstoppable in Serie A and in Europe. So we're talking about 30 minutes gone now. It's Torino 0, Napoli 1.
John, how do you start to put Victor Osimhen into words? Because it's absolutely unbelievable what he is achieving. He is unstoppable, isn't he? He scored last week against Frankfurt, a double in that game. Put into a few words about how Victor Osimhen kind of makes us feel as fans when you watch him as a reporter.
You know what? He is absolutely brilliant to watch. He is definitely a superstar. And like I said, he is definitely the hottest property in Europe right now. And like you've seen, he's scoring goals for fun, isn't he? And it's not just in Serie A. He's actually doing it in Europe as well. So he's a player that he's been linked to Manchester United, linked with the Premier League, linked with a few clubs around Europe, and you can understand why. The guy, he actually loves scoring, and I think whatever leagues he end up next season, if he stays with Napoli or goes somewhere else, he'll definitely be shining.
Yes, well, thank you, John. There we go. 1-0 in that game, an early goal on Football Live. What a great way to set the tone, and hopefully we're going to be seeing more goals throughout the fixtures around Europe. One fixture is yet to see any goals, that is Arsenal v Crystal Palace. It is 0-0 in that game, and Crystal Palace seem to have gone the closest so far, Isaac.
Yeah, massive chance for Palace. Arsenal have been dominant on the ball so far, as you might expect, controlling possession. But Palace, it's that man Wilfried Zaha. We all expect him to pop up with goals in the Premier League, and he always does. And it's a great chance for him. He dribbles past Ben White, gets in behind him, gets fed through a lovely, lovely ball from, I think it's Czech Decore. Cuts back on his right foot, just on the edge of the penalty box, just on the edge of the 18-yard box, and absolutely leathers one against the right-hand post. Ramsdale was beaten, and it bounces off, hits Ramsdale and goes out for a corner just wide of the post. So massive, massive chance for Palace and dangerous signs for Arsenal here. Rob Holding and Ben White could be in for a hell of a time if Wilfried Zaha is on form today. But after that big chance, it's still Arsenal 0, Crystal Palace 0 here, 15 minutes gone.
Are Arsenal struggling to create chances at the moment, Isaac? Is it sort of just Palace kind of sitting in deep, kind of looking to frustrate Arsenal? Is that the way you see this game going, and then picking up kind of any opportunity they can on the attack?
Yeah, I think Tyreek Mitchell at left back for Crystal Palace has been brilliant. He's been a brilliant player over the last couple of years since his breakthrough, and it's going to be a hard day for Bukayo Saka. But I think the key battle for Arsenal is Gabriel Martinelli against Joel Ward. I mean, the difference in pace there between Martinelli and Ward is unfathomable. He could have real pleasure in behind there, Martinelli. I think if he can get in behind that defence and get some shots on target. So I think that should be Arsenal's main avenue here. But yeah, they'll be pressing really hard, and obviously Palace will just look to defend deep and defend their penalty box. This is what they're good at as well.
Well, thank you, Isaac. Well, there we go, 0-0 in that game. 20 minutes gone. Arsenal dominating a lot of the ball, but they're getting frustrated by Crystal Palace, but they've still got a long way to do so. And it's an Arsenal team that is being frustrated by injuries recently. Loads of key injuries in midweek to Tomiyasu and to also, I want to say it was Saliba or Gabriel, one of the two centre-backs. So not ideal for them in midweek as they went crashing out of the Europa League. And this is what Mikel Arteta had to say about those backlog of injuries.
I don't know. We've been carrying injuries throughout the season. We had Emil out for 4 months. We have Gabriel Jesus out for 4 months. We have Alex for 2.5 months. We have Thomas for a month and a half. We have Eddie for a month and a half. We had quite a lot of injuries already, but we dealt with that. The disappointment is not going to go away. The disappointment is there now, but it brings clarity. It's 11 games to play now, 11 Premier League games, and we have a final. The first final is against Crystal Palace, and we have to recover, put all the energy there and all the focus there, and play better than today, put the same effort as today, and win it.
Well, there we go. I mean, when Mikel Arteta lists those injuries out, I mean, it's astonishing to say that actually, and it's credit to Arsenal, the fact they're still top of the Premier League table by the amount of points, by the fact how well they're doing it. It's an absolute credit to them because you kind of forget about actually how many injuries they have suffered and for how long they've been that period of time to key players as well, but they're still fighting through. We have this saying, Arsenal's squad depth maybe isn't on the same level as City, but it seems like when players are coming in and players are stepping up, when a player is injured, they are performing, and that is the key thing. You can have all the depth in the world, but if the players that are there aren't performing, then it doesn't really matter. But for Arsenal, they definitely are. And Arsenal, well, they're performing right now because they're getting themselves into the game, and they've responded to that Crystal Palace early chance with a chance of their own, Isaac.
Yeah, a really good chance from Martin Odegaard, Arsenal's talisman on the edge of the box. Just right inside the D, the ball falls to him from a knockdown. I think it's from Leandro Trossard, and it falls to him kindly on his stronger left foot. And he forces a really, really good save out of Whitworth as to parry a low-driven shot away to the left-hand side of his goal. So, positive signs for Arsenal. If they can just keep getting shots on target here, I think it might be quantity over quality today. They're going to be camped on the edge of that Palace box for a long time here. So I think if they can just keep peppering that goal, force Whitworth, force the young man into lots of saves, then maybe they'll have some joy. But after 20 minutes here, it's still Arsenal 0, Crystal Palace 0.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Brila FM on Twitter at Brila FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brila FM, and on Instagram Brila FM 889.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
You are listening to Football Live. Today's show is powered by Hollandia Chivita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.
Bet a minimum of 500 Naira on Torino versus Napoli today and get a 500 Naira free bet for every goal Osimhen scores. Yes, that's right. For every goal Victor Osimhen scores, you'll get a 500 Naira free bet if you stake a minimum of 500 Naira on the Torino versus Napoli match. For T's and C's, head over to www.nairabet.com/promotions. NairaBet, bet with the best.
Coming up on Football Live on Brila FM.
Next weekend is an international break, so Football Live takes a break and we'll be back with a bang in 2 weeks' time when Manchester City kick off the weekend with a lunchtime home game at the Etihad against Liverpool, followed by Arsenal at home to Leeds United. Our reporters will have 6 Premier League matches covered in total. Join Barry Swain at 1:30 in the afternoon on Saturday the 1st of April when Football Live returns live and exclusive to Brila FM.
NairaBet, better than ever.
Yes, we have another goal on Football Live, and it is Brighton who have taken earlier lead against Grimsby. And let's go to Billy Andrews with news on the goal.
Yeah, that's right, and it had been coming. The shot comes in from the edge of the box from Caicedo. It's spilt by the goalkeeper, and there's Dennis Undav on the spot to put it past a scrambling Grimsby number 1. They started okay, Grimsby, but Evan Ferguson had previously had another shot. So we're just nearly 7 minutes into this game, and it's Brighton 1, Grimsby 0. I'll just give you the team news ever so quickly. It's 4 changes for Brighton: Sanchez, Ferguson, Webster and Undav come in for Steele, Welbeck, Colville and Veltman. So it's Robert Sanchez, Pascal Gross, Adam Webster, Lewis Dunk and Estepinian, Caicedo and Alexis McAllister, Solly March, Dennis Undav, Mitoma and Evan Ferguson. And for Grimsby, 4 changes as well. Taylor, Lloyd, Amos and Morris go out for Orsi, Khan, Driscoll Glennon and the 2-goal hero from the last round, Holohan. They've got some work to do now though. Just over 7 minutes gone. It's Brighton 1, Grimsby 0.
What an exciting time it is to be a Brighton fan. I mean, Robert De Zerbi has done phenomenal things at Brighton. He has made the Seagulls soar again, and he is doing it against Grimsby. Brighton are looking to take a trip to Wembley for only the second time in about 4 years. The last time they reached Wembley was against Manchester City in the semi-final of the FA Cup in 2018-2019. They lost that day. They lost quite heavily, but maybe this year it will be a little bit different, because who knows with how Robert De Zerbi is doing in this team. Thank you very much for that, Billy. And for the team news, there's 10 minutes gone. It is Brighton 1, Grimsby 0, and that is a disastrous start for Grimsby, isn't it? I mean, they've been brilliant so far to get to the FA Cup quarter-finals, beating Plymouth, beating Cambridge, beating Luning and beating Southampton. As I said, they became the first team last round in their first team in FA Cup history to make 5 teams in higher divisions than themselves. But it's a disastrous start for them. They're 1-0 down. An early goal as well, a mistake from the goalkeeper to do it. It's disastrous for them. It's not the way they would have wanted to start it, but this is the FA Cup. Magic follows it wherever it goes, and just maybe Grimsby could just come behind against Premier League flying Brighton. We've seen stranger things, haven't we? We have seen stranger things. We're going to quickly go back to the Emirates now. We're going to go to Isaac just to get a little bit of an update on the Arsenal Crystal Palace game and see how, well, half an hour, 25 minutes gone in that game, and see how the opening 25 minutes have gone.
Yeah, just the 1 or 2 big chances for either side. Really, nothing massively clear-cut for Arsenal, apart from that Odegaard shot just from the edge of the box a few minutes ago. In terms of the tactical battle here, there's massive gaps to exploit between the midfield and the back 4 of Palace for the likes of Odegaard and Xhaka to really exploit those hybrid 8s that can push forward and jump into the box as they do so often. That could be massive for them going forward. But Palace look really solid defending the box. The Arsenal front 3 aren't going to pose much of an aerial threat, I don't think. Mainly their centre-backs like Gabriel pose the aerial threat from set pieces. So they're going to have to be intricate and cute, keep the ball on the ground to really breach that Eagles defence. But it's a really interesting contest here, and one that could go either way at the moment, Josh. And as you say, it's 25 minutes gone now. Arsenal 0, Crystal Palace 0 still here at the Emirates.
Really intriguing contest, that, and they are sort of the games that you've really got to watch out for if you're an Arsenal when you're going for the title. I mean, we saw it a couple of weeks ago against Bournemouth when it was, they were 2-2, they were 2-0 down in that game and brought it all the way back to 3-2. A Rules Nason screamer in the 96th minute to rescue 3 points. We saw it at Villa Park, where again they were drawing in that game, and a last-minute goal from Jorginho won on that game. And these are the games you've got to be careful at, especially Crystal Palace, who are only 5 points above the relegation zone, have a real danger of being drawn into the relegation battle with the fact that they have been in poor form. They're on a current 11-match winner streak in the Premier League, and that's their longest since 14 games in a row between December 2015 and April 2016. And we've had a goal in the Premier League.
NairaBet, better than ever.
And as we were talking about the dangers of fixtures like teams against Crystal Palace, Arsenal have taken the lead at the Emirates. It is 1-0 to Mikel Arteta's men, and right now they are sitting pretty at the top of the Premier League because they are 8 points clear of Manchester City, who will obviously have a couple of games in hand. But as it stands right now, wow, they've got a huge gap at the top of the Premier League table. It's Arsenal 1, Crystal Palace 0, and a victory today will mean that they equal last season's final total of 69 points with 10 matches still to play. That kind of puts into context how much better they've been than last season and how special this season has been. It's Arsenal 1, Crystal Palace 0. For now, though, we're going to head over to Italy and we're going to head over to Turin, because Turin They're looking to get equalised against Napoli, and they've become really close there, John, haven't they?
They have indeed. It was a big chance, in fact, for Torino. It was a shot from outside the penalty area from Voivoda. And it was a fantastic save by the goalkeeper, Barrett. On the rebound, Sanabria, who was one-on-one with the keeper, but he hit the post and the ball was cleared. It's a great chance. And just a reminder of what Torino can do here. However, 28 minutes gone, still Torino 0, Napoli 1.
It was Martinelli with the goal at Arsenal. He's the Brazilian. He has hit new heights this year, hasn't he? I remember when Arsenal bought Martinelli and people just doubted him. They thought it was another wasted Arsenal buy, but he has been phenomenal this season. Actually, probably hasn't got the credit he deserved amongst the likes of Saka and Odegaard, who have been getting all the praise, but Martinelli has been playing a really huge part, hasn't he? And let's go to Isaac now to get information on that goal.
Yes, Josh, I'd like to say I saw it coming. It's Martinelli versus Joel Ward at the back post here. Brilliant bit of work by Ben White and Bukayo Saka. Intricate play. White feeds it through to Saka, takes it on the half turn, right on the right-hand side of the box. And it feeds it through. Great low cross. Finds Martinelli at the back post, who fake shots on his right foot, brings it over to his left, and it's just that burst of pace, that 1 yard, that really quick feet from Martinelli. Gets away. And a quality left-footed shot across the goalkeeper. Nothing Whitworth could do about it. Gabriel Martinelli has been electric this season and his form continues. It's 28 minutes gone here and it's Arsenal 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Can't even begin to state how big of a goal that is, and devastating for Crystal Palace as well, with their managerless after Patrick Vieira was sacked in midweek. It seems as if they really need to settle in, and they had settled in the way that Isaac has been reporting on that game. It seemed like they may have been the better team than Arsenal, but when you've got quality, when you've kind of got the momentum behind you, you score goals like that. So there we go. Arsenal 1, Crystal Palace 0. Half an hour gone in that game. Other chances around. 15 minutes gone in the Brighton and Grimsby game. That is 1-0 there. A Union Berlin as well. That's our other game that we're covering in that game that kicks off at 3:30. And that game is literally just underway. Callum Davies is the one covering that. We'll be with him shortly to get early information on that goal. But for now, we're going to get the latest bet updates and the in-play odds. Remember, these are subject to change because these are live games, but Patrick, tell us about those odds.
The very latest in-play odds with NairaBet.
Well, I got a couple for you, Josh. It's basically the game between Arsenal and Crystal Palace. At the moment, Arsenal winning 1-0, it's 1.0, 1.08, I should say. And for a draw, it's 11. And then for a away win, 34. Another one I've got for you, which is Brighton versus Grimsby. It's 1-0 currently to Brighton. It's 1.0 and 21 for a draw. And then 81 for an away win. And that's what I've got for you, Josh.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. Short and sweet, but always good. Thank you very much. There we go. Well, there we go. There's the scores there. Perfect, Pat. Absolutely perfect. There are the scores as well in the FA Cup earlier today. I can't believe he was reporting on it because it was a cracker of a game. It was only between two championship teams, but it was 3-2 in that game between Sheffield United and Blackburn. Sheffield United, they've booked their ticket to Wembley in that tie. Sheffield United 3, Blackburn 2. Sheffield United, who had to come down from 2-1 in that game. They scored 2 goals, one in the 80th minute, then one deep into injury time. Ellen Road, that's Leeds Stadium, Sheffield United's ground. It must have been absolutely buzzing. I would have loved to have been there, but there we go. Sheffield United 3, Blackburn 2. The other ties around Europe then and around currently, well, in Ligue 1, Monaco, they won their game earlier 2-0 against AC Ajaccio. Then Montpellier, they are currently losing. The Clermont have just scored in that game. So Montpellier 0, Clermont 0. Nice, well, they're losing 1-0 to Lorient, and Strasbourg beating Auxerre 1-0. And then the final game that is currently underway between Troyes and Brest. Well, Troyes, they're trailing. It's Troyes 0, Brest 1. Coming up at 5:05, then it's PSG and Rennes. And then coming up at 8:45, it's Reims v Marseille. Reims, who are yet to lose since their manager Will Steele has taken over. In the Bundesliga, currently as well, Callum Davies is there. 2 minutes gone in that game. Union Berlin v Frankfurt. And let's go over to Callum now to tell us how the opening couple of minutes have gone in Berlin.
Good afternoon, Josh. It's been quite a feisty opening minute, really, in what promises to be quite a cracking Bundesliga clash, as you said. Obviously, Union Berlin the hosts, and it's a fixture which has suffered from a respective lack of form in recent weeks. Neither side won in the last 5, and both of them crashed out in their respective European competitions in midweek. But the hosts obviously start today with the biggest downturn. They did lead the Bundesliga, but they've slipped to within 7 points. Despite that, they retain a 17-game unbeaten run at home in the league, of which only Bayern Munich better. They'll be looking to capitalise on that. As for the team news, Union Berlin make 3 changes in a midfield refresh, which has seen Rani Khedira as the only survivor. Paul Seguin and Yannick Haberer will back up the omnipresent Geraldo Becker, whilst the visitors also see 3 drop out. Daichi Kamada forced into a deeper role to accommodate Rafael Santos Borre. Philip Max to the bench, and starman Randall Kolomuani starts up front, supported by World Cup winner Mario Götze. As I said, about 2 minutes in, not really a great deal to report, but a couple of feisty challenges which suggests this could be quite a classic. It's Union Berlin 0, Frankfurt 0.
And to John Kane, because Napoli have just had a chance.
They have indeed, and finally have 2 chances. The first one, about 3 minutes ago, it was a lovely ball forward to Osimhen, and a volley right from the edge of the penalty box, but it just goes over the bar. And literally a few seconds ago, it was a chance. It was Lozano involved this time round. He actually managed to nicked the ball off the Torino goalkeeper from the edge of the penalty box. He passed it on to Osimhen. Osimhen, not being selfish, passed it back to Lozano, whose shot was cleared off the line. Napoli are really going for it here, but there's quite a few odd chances for Torino, but when you compare to the Napoli's chances, I think the second one is coming for Napoli, and Osimhen has been involved with every single chance. I'm talking about 33 minutes gone, still Torino 0, Napoli 1 for now.
For now, because Napoli are knocking on the door. I mean, they're absolutely brilliant, aren't they, Napoli? I mean, they've scored. They went through in the Champions League earlier in this week, didn't they? Obviously, had a Victor Osimhen double and a Zelensky penalty. I mean, they dispatched Frankfurt, the German opposition, 3-0 in that tie, 5-0 overall. They've scored 25 goals in the UCL this season. That's just an incredible statistic. I can't quite get over it. They're on form, and you definitely have to watch out for them in the Champions League and their chances to win that. And thank you to Callum Gavers as well, giving us the team news of the updates to Union Berlin and Frankfurt. That's a tie, as we've seen him. He's nicking all my stats, he was, Callum. I mean, I don't know what else I've got to say on that tie, except for the fact that's a huge game in terms of the Champions League and the way the Bundesliga top 4 kind of goes with that, because if Frankfurt win today, they will go to within 2 points of Union Berlin, who are looking just to salvage their season after getting knocked out the Europa League and after being winless in 4. There's a danger their season is starting to unravel after the successes of their early form. However, a win today will see them 8 points clear of the Champions League places, at least kind of go a long way in securing top 4 for Union Berlin, which will be a massive achievement for that small club that are kind of over-punching their weight and fighting with the big boys in the Bundesliga. The other scores around the grounds then as well. Well, coming up at 5:30 is Leverkusen v Bayern Munich. And at 7:30 is Mainz v Freiburg. Earlier in the Serie A, Sampdoria dispatched the Verona easy 3-1. Fiorentina, they are 1-0 up at Lecce. And Napoli have just been awarded a penalty at Torino. That is absolutely huge for Napoli. And we'll be with John Kane if that goal will tell us about the penalty. When that penalty is taken, if it's a goal, if it's a miss, if it's a Panenka, John Kane will give us the update on that game when that has happened. Coming up by 6 o'clock, then Lazio, the AS Roma, that is at 6, and then into the Juventus, the big game of the Serie A this weekend, that is at 8:45. Ajax, they've turned it around against Feyenoord at home. They're now winning 2-1. They were losing earlier in that game, but they have turned that around. And then in the La Liga, currently, it's Betis 1, Mallorca 0. That game is 9 minutes from full time. Coming up at 4:15 is Aswana v Villarreal. Coming up at 4:15 is Real Sociedad v Elche. 6:30 Getafe v Sevilla. And then the big one, the huge El Clasico this weekend, 9 o'clock, top of the table clash. If Real Madrid win that, they put themselves back in the title fight. If they don't, if they lose at the Nou Camp, well, they can wave goodbye to any hopes and any chances of the league. We won't be covering that one on Football Live. That is way past our bedtime. However, 9 o'clock, Barcelona v Real Madrid, so make sure you're updating on that one. We're going to head over to the Premier League now. We're going to hear from Isaac Dilks because we haven't heard from him in a while, and the last time we heard, Arsenal were taking the lead in that game. Have they set kind of the gauntlet down in that time, really taking the game with a scruff of the neck?
They really have, Josh. It's been all Arsenal since that first goal, as you'd expect. I think Palace, a little bit shell-shocked. They were playing some great football, as we spoke about, but I think they just didn't feel like Arsenal were really going to create anything clear-cut if they stuck to their game plan. But lo and behold, the relentless Arsenal side found a breakthrough. I think Stuart Atwell is letting the game flow here, though, which does play into Palace's hands. Obviously, a London derby. He's going to let the players be physical and let the game sort of get on with itself. And I think, that plays into Palace's hands. They can be nice and physical and really take the game to Arsenal here. And just coming off that, Granit Xhaka went down injured for a couple of minutes, and I think Arteta was pacing the touchline, worried about losing another key man for a prolonged period of time. Him and Eric Ten Hag have been going back and forth in press conferences this week, saying various injuries have or haven't happened, and I think it's good that he's managed to get back on his feet and play on. But scoreline still the same here after 37 minutes. Arsenal 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Napoli have their second goal of the afternoon. Yes, and they are 2-0 up from the spot. I'm going to assume it's Zielinski who scored from 12 yards out, but let's get more information from John Kane.
Yes, it was a foul on Kvaratskhelia by Linetti inside the box. It was a very easy decision for the referee and for VAR, and Kvaratskhelia scores from the spot. That's his 12th goal of the season. 33 minutes gone. In fact, 38 minutes gone. It's Torino 0, Napoli 2, and you just wonder who can actually stop Napoli this season, because at the moment I can't see anyone else who can stop that surge of great players up front for Napoli.
They can't. They're 18 points clear at the Serie A, which is an incredible margin. We've not seen that sort of points gap, even in the Juventus days, even when they were dominating the league and seeming like they were winning week in, week out. No team has ever led by such a lead with 12 games left to play. This Napoli team is something else, and I absolutely love to watch it. And who's spearheading that lineup? Well, it's also Victor Osimhen, the Nigerian striker, the Super Eagle. He is fantastic. He scored a double against Frankfurt in midweek against the Champions League, and this is what he had to say about that victory.
Victor, 18 points clear in Serie A and now into the first quarter-final in Napoli's history in this competition. How does it feel?
It feels good. It feels amazing. It feels good to make history with this win. It's a huge win. Congratulations to the team and a good performance from the whole squad. We want to keep on going like this until the next round, and we are ready for it.
You've got the Player of the Match award there. Congratulations. Talk to me about your 2 goals, and I want to know about the penalty. Did you ask Zielinski to take it, knowing that you could have got the hat-trick?
The first goal was I know Politano, and I know when he comes to his right foot, he will try to bring the ball in the box. We have been training hard for this in the training, and of course I have to anticipate for this ball. And the penalty, Zielinski asked me if he can take it. Of course, I'm a team player, and it doesn't matter who scored as long as the team achieves success is the most important thing. I know my goals will come with or without penalty, and it's good to have this kind of mentality also from the squad, and I'm happy about this win also.
I'm not going to ask if you want to play for an English club in the future, but the draw's on Friday. There are 2 English teams in the draw, Chelsea and Manchester City. Are you excited by the prospect of playing maybe Manchester City, Haaland against Osimhen?
It's going to be a huge match. It's going to be great. Of course, we are also doing well this season. We are top club, and it will be good to have a draw with a very good club, also a top one. And we are ready for it, and we are ready for any big team we want to play.
Finally, how far can Napoli go in this competition? Can you win the Champions League?
I think anything is possible. We have the squad to achieve this dream. Of course, just like I said, we want to go step by step, and we will see what happens after the end of the season.
And while that clip was playing and speaking so highly of Napoli, they've also had another chance against Torino. It's a flurry there, isn't it, John?
It is indeed, and this time again is Victor Osimhen. He picks up the ball on the edge of the box, and brilliant low shot, but it was equally great save by Milinkovic. And it's just a reminder from Napoli that they're not happy with the 2 goals. They definitely want more, and you can wonder that come the end of the season, probably the goal difference will not matter because they are flying with the league, but they just love scoring goals for fun, and whatever Spalletti is doing with that team is absolutely brilliant team to watch. 41 minutes gone, is Torino 0, Napoli 2.
We have another goal in the Premier League. Arsenal have doubled their advantage at the Emirates. It's now 2-0 against Crystal Palace. Martinelli was the one on the score sheet earlier, and one of his counterparts has got on the score sheet again. Arsenal, they're running away with it against Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace, we heard from Isaac, who started so well in that game, had a chance of their own. Arsenal were being frustrated, but well, they're doing the business and they're doing exactly what they need to be, charging towards the Premier League title full on. It is Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0. And well, they're just absolutely brilliant, aren't they? You expect them to lose, you expect them to slip up, and they're just not quite doing that. And a win today will see them match their longest Premier League winning streak of 6 games under Mikel Arteta. They're flying. Who's going to stop the Gunners from gunning? I don't want to call it. It might be Manchester City in April. That's going to be the game that decides the Premier League title. Just going into half-time there. Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0. We're going to stay. Well, I was going to say we're going to stay in the Premier League. It won't stay in England. We are going to stay in England, but we're going to go to Arsenal to get information on the goal from Isaac Dukes.
Well, wow, Josh, just wow. I mean, the passing from Arsenal is mesmeric. The Palace players can just stand and watch and admire the link-up play and the tight passing, the 1-2s, but they're just putting on the Palace defenders at the moment. There's a big chance of Martinelli to go just moments ago that we didn't quite get to, which should have doubled the Arsenal lead, and it's Bukayo Saka who has doubled it now. It's a brilliant pass from Ben White. It just slips the ball in between Tyreek Mitchell and Zaha, who's covering back against Zaha, trying to man-mark him. And it's just a brilliant finish. Lovely, low-placed, controlled finish past the right foot of Joe Whitworth on Bukayo Saka's stronger left foot, and despairing James Tompkins tries to block it at the back of the post, at the back post, but can't quite get enough on it as it goes into the back of the net. So yeah, Arsenal have doubled their league with some tantalising football here. It's now Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0 after 43 minutes.
What is it like as a reporter to watch goals like that, Isaac? I mean, like you said, the way you described it there, it just seems like the team, Crystal Palace, can just sit and watch it and kind of just have got to resign themselves to their fate. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's lovely, Josh. You can sit back and admire, the great teams throughout history, the Dutch sides of the previous century, Man City recently, Barcelona, basically won Pep Guardiola as coach, essentially. These teams, the way they move the ball around and the kind of passes and the angles they create are just brilliant. And you sit there wondering what's going to happen next, because you never quite know. That first pass that you might see as a reporter or as a fan is never the first pass these players see. And it's just unbelievable to watch, Josh. Like you say, it's mesmeric stuff.
Yes, thank you, Isaac. You're an absolute, you just love being there. I'm very jealous that you're able to watch such a brilliant Arsenal team play. It's Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0. 3 minutes added on in that game. They played 1 minute of the 3, so they've got 2 minutes till the halftime whistle blows there. And by the looks of it, Arsenal, they're going to be going into the league with a very comfortable advantage. Now, as I said, we are staying in England, but we're going to switch competition. We're going to go to the FA Cup, and we're going to go to the South Coast, because Brighton, they're facing Grimsby. They're already 1-0 up, and they've had a flurry of chances over the last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's right. The Mariners are well and truly lost at sea. The first one came down the left-hand side, and it's that star man, Mitoma, dribbled past 2 defenders and put a lovely ball into the box. But Anthony Driscoll-Glennon was there to take it away from Evan Ferguson and put it out for a corner. The second one came through Solly March down the right-hand side. Lovely ball into the box, and Dennis Undav with a free header only into the arms of the goalkeeper. Every second ball is Brighton's. They're quicker, they're faster to every ball. And Grimsby becoming the 6th team from the 4th tier or lower to reach the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. The previous 5 teams haven't won, and it looks like Grimsby might be a bridge too far. Half an hour gone at the Amex. It's Brighton 1, Grimsby 0.
What can Grimsby do in that game, Billy? Because, like you said, I mean, League 2, which is the 4th tier of English football, coming up against Premier League opposition Brighton, which is the 1st tier of English football. That kind of just seems like all Grimsby can do is kind of hope and pray, really.
It's the basics, I think, Josh. They've not done the basics well enough. Like, the passing's been off, the movement's been poor. I think Adam Webster and Lewis Dunk have had a really, really easy first half as they try and claim Robert Sanchez handled the ball outside his own box. But again, it's just asking for things that they're never going to get. And Brighton can just play through them with ease every single time they go forward. Caicedo and McAllister are running the game.
Okay, yes, thank you, Billy. 1-0 in that game. Brighton 1, Grimsby 0. Grimsby are actually struggling in League 2, you know. It's not even like they're the high end of League 2. They're doing really poorly. I mean, they're currently 15th in the table now after a pair of league wins over Rochdale and Sutton has seen them rise to that position. But like you said, sometimes it's just things are just a step too far, and luck was on their side against Southampton, but luck doesn't really seem to be on their side against Brighton today. But look, this is the FA Cup. Anything can happen. And anything can happen because VAR might just be intervening. It's checking a handball by Sanchez in that game. So that could be a way back into the tie for Grimsby. Wow. Ooh, let's just go down a minute because that really could change some things, couldn't it, for the Mariners? I mean, like you said, they don't have VAR in the previous rounds. Only in Premier League games do we have VAR in the FA Cup. So if it was the other end, if we were at the home of Grimsby, well, they wouldn't be having VAR intervention. But VAR, well, it has intervened and it has denied them. Ball on the line. They've got no handball. Let's go to B. Andrews to just get information on that kind of incident there, Billy.
Yeah, well, I said they were going to be calling for it and they weren't really going to get it. And then Jared Gillett was being spoken to by Michael Salisbury. And it's just on the line. And as we know, on the line is in the box. It was a needless risk to take from Robert Sanchez. I'm not really sure what he was thinking. There was no Grimsby player around him. He had all the freedom of Brighton to pick that ball up. And as you just come to me, it's Mitoma has just had a chance, a lovely cross into the box by, this time, Solly March. And Mitoma, from about 6 yards out, has blazed it wide and high of the goal. So a good chance for Brighton to take a 2-0 lead. Robert Sanchez probably a little bit fortunate not to have been sent off. It's still Brighton 1, Grimsby 0.
Wouldn't that have been interesting, wouldn't it? No goalkeeper, would have been down to 10 men, would have obviously had the replacement goalkeeper in net, but that really is what Grimsby would have wanted. That's definitely what they would have ordered from the doctor, but unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side. As we said, it's all a bit of luck in the FA Cup. Brighton 1, Grimsby 0, stays 1-0 in that game. It's 0-0 in the Bundesliga in Germany between Union Berlin and Frankfurt, and both teams are testing each other so far, Callum.
Well, as you said, it's been a game of few chances, a scrappy opening 17 minutes, and neither side really getting the foot on the ball. But Union Berlin had the first real chance of the game. Geraldo Becker went steaming down the right flank, and despite a hint of offside and a tight angle, he fires a strike across goal. It had Kevin Trapp scrambling, but it would have had to have been special. And then at the other end, it was Randall Kolo Muani, who arguably should have scored. A neat ball in from the right flank, and his glanced header just kissed the right post wide of the target. That's probably been the best chance so far, but despite that, there's not been much flow to this game. There's not much about it really, but those two players, Becker and Kolo Muani, they're the two most likely, but at the moment it remains Union Berlin 0, Frankfurt 0.
Staying in Europe and hopping over a couple of kind of countries to go to Italy and to go to Turin, where Napoli are winning 2-0 against Torino.
Yes, it is at half-time here at the Olimpico di Torino. It's Turin 0, Napoli 2. The first goal came out from Victor Osimhen. It was in the 10th minute. A beautiful, lovely corner from Zelensky and a header from Osimhen from 6 yards, who scoring his 20th goal in Serie A this season. The second came after a foul on Kvaratskhelia inside the penalty box by Linetti. Then Kvaratskhelia scored his 12th goal this season from the penalty spot. It's been more or less all Napoli in the first half, and you couldn't see a way back for Torino, and it doesn't look well for Torino at the moment because Fiorentina are winning in the other game against Lecce by a goal today, which means now Fiorentina have gone up to 9th, Torino has gone to 10th, so it just doesn't look well for Torino at all. Napoli, well, with that win, as it stands at 21 points ahead of second place. That is Inter playing Juventus later on. But Napoli wouldn't care because that distance is just far away for them to be caught. So half-time here is Torino 0, Napoli 2.
Yes, thank you, John. And now we're going to head over to FJ and the team in Nigeria.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
FJ, you are sneaky, aren't you? You always get in that little bit of trivia question, don't you? Well, I can answer your question. I bet you were thinking that I wasn't going to be able to answer it. However, today I can. Today I can, because I am here to tell you proudly that the last time Sheffield United made the FA Cup semi-final, well, it was against Hull City, and it was in 2014, when they ended up losing 5-3 to Hull in that game. Hull then went on to the final, and they were 2-0 up against Arsenal in the FA Cup final. Everyone thought, the Tigers, they're going to win the FA Cup. Well, not even Arsene Wenger had anything to do about it, because they came back in that game and they won that game. I want to say it was 3-2. Went to extra time. Aaron Ramsey was the hero that time. So there we go. Arsenal won't be winning the FA Cup this year, however. They might be winning the trophy just a little bit better, the Premier League side, because they're winning 2-0 in that game. Other scores around right now. Brighton, they're beating Grimsby 1-0 in the FA Cup. We've also the other coverage, Torino v Napoli, that is currently at half-time. Colin Kane is the one covering that one. Napoli, they're comfortably winning 2-0. And I saw a lot of you trying to discuss the Georgian winner. I can't say the name. Kvaratskhelia, something like Kvaratskhelia. I can't say the name. I've absolutely butchered that. We did have a discussion before the show about if we could say it or not, and I was told, well, none other than a reporter, Billy Andrews, how to say it, but I've forgotten it. So we're just going to call him. Diego Maradona, as the Maradona, as the Naples locals call him, because he has the same sort of quality as the late Maradona, and well, he's certainly lighting up the Premier League. 10-11 million they got him for. 10 to 11 million. That's an absolutely brilliant price, and he scores brilliant goals like last week against Atalanta. So that is our other feature game that is currently 2-0 to Napoli in the last, but certainly not least feature game. Union Berlin v Eintracht Frankfurt, 0-0 in that game, 29 minutes. So let's get over there and let's go around the grounds to sort of discuss any sort of things that need to be discussed. And to the south goes to Brighton, because they've had another chance as they look to double their advantage over Grimsby.
Yeah, and once again, it came from the good dribbling skills of Mitoma on that left-hand side. He got past the same two Grimsby defenders and found Pascal Gross in the middle of the box, but he just leant over the shot and fired it over from inside the penalty box. Again, Brighton in full control. And not to show off, Josh, but if you're going to pronounce it, it will be Kvaratskhelia. But at Brighton, it's Brighton 1, Grimsby 0.
Thank you for that, Billy. You're showing me up, but it's fine. I'll forgive you. And that is how you say it to the people listening to Brila FM today. And the winner today goes to Billy. So 1-0 in that game. And we're going to head over now to, we're going to go to Germany, because we're going to jump continents, and we're going to head over, we'll say the same continent, but jump countries. We're going to go to Germany, where Union Berlin are up against Eintracht Frankfurt. 0-0 in that game. Half an hour gone. How's it going, Callum Davies?
Well, it's not a thriller, but there's flashes of brilliance from specific players which make you think that something special could happen here. I think it's a game that needs a goal to open it up, because these are two teams that are obviously very, very nervy, and they're worried about potentially throwing away European places, as you mentioned before. Randall Kolo Muani and Geraldo Becker, who I mentioned earlier, they're quite clearly a cut above all of their teammates. And if anyone is going to do anything, it's going to be them. But so far, all we've had to shout about is a few nasty little tackles which the referee seems to be letting go, and that's pretty much it. It still remains Union Berlin 0, Frankfurt 0.
Yes, thank you, Callum. And we will now head to Isaac Dills, because there's Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0, half-time in that game, and the players will shortly be coming out to the tunnel. Isaac, in a few words, how did that first half go for Arsenal? I mean, they're going to be really happy. Can they get much better? Can they go up more gears and levels?
Well, like you say, Josh, it couldn't have been a better half for Arsenal. 2-0 up at the break. Two absolutely tantalising quality goals. You know, nothing short of what we expect from them this season. Martinelli and Saka on the score sheet once again. But, you know, Crystal Palace gave a good account of themselves. You know, under Pat McCarthy, their first game under interim boss. That first 20 minutes, they were on top. They probably should have been 1-0 up. Apart from that, Wilfried Zaha, just a bit of bad luck hitting the post. Yeah, there's life in this game yet, I think, for Crystal Palace. From their perspective, you have to think, Wilfried Zaha, can I get him one-on-one with Rob Holding at some point? That's the chink in the armour for Arsenal. No William Saliba. and no Takahiro Tomiyasu to come off the bench at right back. Can you get Ben White on a yellow card? Can you get Rob Holding on a yellow card? And maybe find a set piece or a penalty, something of that nature to get themselves back into the game. But if Arsenal play it smart, if they manage the game, you can see nothing short of a couple more goals and hopefully for them a clean sheet, Josh.
There we go. And sorry, everyone, I'm back. There we go. I'm back with that one. I was talking to myself there for a while. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go back to Isaac. I'm going to ask him a quick question as I was just doing to myself. Isaac, how do Crystal Palace get back into that game? Because, like you said, they might end up getting lucky, but how do they make adjustments? Because it must be a sight to behold in the changing room. No Patrick Vieira, your assistant manager there. How do they not resign themselves to their fates?
Well, I think they've got to come up with some sort of plan for moving the ball forward, for progressing it, for attacking. Under Vieira, they've played a lot of long balls up to those attackers, up to Elise, Eze, Zaha, Edouard, whoever it may be, and they look to get players around them, get knockdowns, and then play some good football. But here, they just haven't really got on the ball enough, sort of in Arsenal's half, to really show me anything so far of how they're going to get a goal, bar a mistake from someone like Rob Holding or Ben White at the back. So I think they're really going to have to just put together a game plan, whether it is going long, trying to get in behind, I think is their best option. They've got pace in attack. They can really try and test this Arsenal back four, playing a high line. And hopefully if they can get someone one-on-one with Ramsdale, they're in with a shout of getting back into this game. But the next goal is obviously crucial. If it goes to 3-0, we could see a cricket score on our hands here with the way Arsenal are attacking. But if Palace can get it to 2-1, they're still in with a shout at a point. They do love playing here. We've spoken about it at the top of the show. They love playing at the Emirates. They love ruining the Arsenal fans' days. So they'll be hoping they can do the same again, as we're just a couple of minutes away from the players coming out here.
Thank you, Isaac. I'll let you get back there because the players, you might want to run because the players are out at the moment, a minute or so into that game now. Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0. And we'll find out whether Crystal Palace can find a way back into that game or whether they have to resign themselves to their fate and it's going to end up being a cricket score. What they need is a little bit of FA Cup magic. They're not in the FA Cup, but I tell you what, Brighton and Grimsby, and it's half-time at the MX Stadium. Brighton 1, Grimsby 0, and here is Billy Andrews with the half-time report.
Yeah, well, Premier League against the fourth tier of English football, and the golfing quality is very much showing in the first half. Brighton started as they meant to go on, and after 6 minutes, Dennis Undav gave the Seagulls the early lead. Following a spilled shot from Moises Caicedo, Undav lost his man and put the ball into the back of the net, and the chances kept on coming. A lot of chances through Mitoma and through Solly March, but at the moment, Grimsby holding firm and keeping it just a 1-0. But we'll see what the next 45 minutes have in store for us. At half-time, it's Brighton 1, Grimsby 0.
Could we be seeing a comeback there, Billy, or is the way that first half gone kind of told you that a comeback is going to have a comeback, they're going to need an absolute stroke of luck, a miracle?
Well, they are going to need a miracle, Josh, but that's why we love the FA Cup, and 1-0 is a dangerous lead at the best of times against any team. So let's see if they live to regret those missed chances in the second half. Brighton, there was a couple moments of quality from Grimsby right towards the end, but again, that final pass, that final bit of the puzzle just lacking at the moment, and we could live to see that big miss from Mitoma midway through the first half. Could be a massive miss come the end of this game, but we'll have to see what the second 45 bring.
Thank you, Billy. Half-time there, Brighton 1, Grimsby 0, with to Germany and to Berlin, where, well, there's just been another big chance for Frankfurt.
Yeah, it was a chance born out of pure frustration, really, I think. It was one of the centre-backs, and he just had nothing on, unleashed a pile driver from so far out, and it took a wicked deflection, fell to Daichi Kamada. Of all the people, he's probably one of the people you wanted to fall to most. He's been in prolific form this season. He had all kinds of space, but the goalkeeper, you've got to credit him. He smothers the chance, and a left-footed strike hits him square in the face, and it goes out for a corner. But that was by far the best chance of the game. Frankfurt, they do look the far more likely, and they're growing in confidence here, but it still remains Union Berlin 0, Frankfurt 0.
Yeah, 0-0 there, and now off to Napoli, to a John Kane who had to fix his chair during the half-time in Naples, but I think he's back up right, and he's ready to give us a little bit of information on how the opening couple of minutes have gone there.
Yes, it's a bit awkward, isn't it, when you break the handle of one of the chairs? You can't lean on it anymore, but why would you want to lean and relax when you can just want to watch Napoli play? Second half just started, and as they were, Napoli started right from the word go, trying to get that third goal of the game, and but there's been no changes so far from both sides at half time. But we're probably going to see quite a couple or three, probably later on from Torino, if the result stays the same, or if even concede another goal. However, 48 minutes gone, it's Torino 0, Napoli 2.
Yes, that's the Napoli. They're absolutely walking on water, aren't they? In the Premier, they're not in the Premier League, but they're absolutely walking on water in the Serie A so far. So just to update you with the current scores, then it's Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0. Then we've also got Brighton 1, Grimsby 0, and then as well in the other couple of games we just had Union Berlin 0, Eintracht Frankfurt 0, and also Torino 0, Napoli 2. So there we go. Well, it was the Premier League yesterday as well, and we had a plethora of games and some absolute corkers and crackers. But right now, we're focusing on now, and we're focusing on the present, and we're going to get in Patrick Norret to tell us a bit about the odds right now in the current games.
The very latest in-play odds with NairaBet.
Right, Josh, I've got a couple for you, but stay in one. I said Arsenal and Crystal Palace. Arsenal currently winning 2-0. Do you need to bet this one? It's 1.0 and it's close. I think the normal bets there. And going with Brighton and Grimsby, well, Brighton are currently winning 1-0. We just heard that maybe Grimsby might be back in the game. At the moment, Brighton to win 1.0. And for a draw, it's 21. And then for an away win, it's 81. So what you got for you? Back to Josh.
The always brilliant Patrick Norred, isn't it? It was John Kane yesterday. It's Patrick today, giving us the odds and everything that we need. Right, we're going to, like I was saying before we spoke to Patrick there, it was the Premier League yesterday, and it was, well, there was loads of games going on. The scores around those grounds were Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0. We also had Brentford 1, Leicester 1. We had Southampton 3, Leicester 3. We also had Wolves 2, Leeds 4, and also Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea got nipped back right late on in that game. One of the Everton Academy graduates levelling up that tie 2-2. We'll start with the Aston Villa game, because Aston Villa, they beat Bournemouth 3-0 in that tie, and Dumai Emery saying they have to show big ambition and push for a European place after they cruised against struggling Bournemouth at Villa Park. Douglas Luiz, when he scored, it was Douglas Luiz scored early on the 7th minute, picked out by Leon Bailey and sweeping home from early on, and then right after that, Jacob Ramsey, he jinked past Jack Stephens on about the 78th minute to secure 3 points, and Emil Buendia just put the cherry on the cake late on, and had a third heading in from a yard out after Tyrone Mings flicked on Louise's corner. To seal the host third win in 4 Premier League games. Villa then they stay 11th, but they move within 4 points of 6th, while Bournemouth remain in the bottom 3 after being brought down to earth following the win against Liverpool. So that kind of cements their thing at the bottom of the Premier League there. Bournemouth, they're currently 19th. The other game was Brighton 1, Leicester 1 as well. Leicester getting a crucial point, adding their 5-match losing run as Harvey Barnes netted a second half equaliser against high-flying Brentford. So that was a huge point for Brentford. They were sent on early on. It was 52 minutes in when Barnes was sent through on goal by James Morrison shortly after half-time, and it was a beautiful finish, dinking the ball over Brentford goalkeeper David Raya. And then earlier on, we also had Matthias Jensen around the 32nd minute. He put Brentford in lead in that game. It was a deflected shot that put Brentford in front at the GTEC Community Stadium. And then right at the end of it, well, in the closing stages, Brentford substitute Shandon Baptiste was sent off for a second because of offence. He catched Kieran Drizzy-Mills that ended up giving him the yellow card, the second yellow card in that game. It means that Leicester, they dropped 17th. Even though they picked up a point, they go closer to the relegation zone in the Premier League table after relegation of the Leeds. Obviously, Pete will talk about that later on. But right now, before we start discussing the rest of the Premier League games, we've got to think about the Serie A, because there has been a goal.
NairaBet, better than ever.
It's a goal at Napoli, and here is John Kane to tell us about it.
Oh yes, it's the third goal for Napoli in the 51st minute, and I can't tell you, it's not even to tell you anymore who scored the goal. It is Victor Osimhen. It was Matheus Oliveira whose beautiful cross into the box, and Osimhen just gets on the score sheet, heading it from just around 3 or 4 yards. He was never ever going to miss from that range. Beautiful header, great goal for Napoli, great position in the league. It's Torino 0, Napoli 3, and we've still got 35 minutes to go.
Victor Osimhen is so special, isn't he, John? It's an absolute pleasure to watch him play. Do you think he'll end up going to England, or do you think he'll stay with Napoli and kind of try and conquer all of Italy for the next coming seasons?
I think when you look at Victor Osimhen, you feel that his heart is at Napoli. However, it's not about hearts anymore. You know, it's football dictates. If Napoli wants to sell him, it's so many different elements to it now. So, but we shall wait and see. At the moment, I think his only concentration is on Napoli. So, 54 minutes gone. Torino 0, Napoli 3.
3-0 in Turin, but there's also 3-0 in the north of London.
Naira Bet, better than ever.
We asked at half-time with Isaac Dilks for the Crystal Palace, will be able to find a way back into that game, or is it going to become a cricket score? Well, I think we found our answer, because the cricket score, it looks more likely. Arsenal winning 3-0 in that tie. They've started the second half. They started the first. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0, and they are on incredible form. They dispatched the Fulham last weekend with ease, and they're doing the exact same here against Crystal Palace. It was Xhaka with the shot, and Xhaka with the goal. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. Good night, Palace, because you are leaving the Emirates with 0 points today, and Arsenal, they're going to be sitting nice and pretty at the top of the Premier League table, because they're going to be 8 points clear against a Manchester City team that will have a couple of games in hand. They'll have one game in hand, but I mean, it's starting to look very real for Arsenal, isn't it? Arsenal fans, you could start to smile, because you might be seeing your first Premier League title in, well over nearly 10 years now, since 2003, 2004. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. We can breathe. A goal for Napoli, a goal for Arsenal. Where were we then before the Premier League game? We were going to discuss the other Premier League fixtures, but before that, we're going to go to Isaac Dilks, who can tell us more about that goal.
Yeah, well, it's good night, Crystal Palace here at the Emirates. Another sumptuous goal from Arsenal. It comes from a brilliant ball by Zinchenko. One of those vertical splitting passes you see him play all the time. Palace defenders are stood still. It comes into Xhaka. He plays a quick 1-2 with Trossard on the edge of the box. Trossard feeds it back into him, and he finishes just really cleverly, actually, by sticking a toe out and lifting it over. Joe Whitworth, who just despairs coming out, goes to ground and can't quite get anything on it. But yeah, as you say, Josh, we were saying Palace might have a way of getting back into this game. Wilfried Zaha forced a really good save out of Aaron Ramsdale just moments ago, but it's their defence that has caused them all the problems today, and it's going to be another loss on Palace's record. It looks like just under the hour mark here, and it's Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0.
I mean, it's all about Arsenal, but as for Crystal Palace, I mean, they are dangerous close to that relegation zone. And I mean, do you think they'll fall back into it, Isaac?
I think so. With the form they're on at the moment, and I can't see goals coming from many places. Obviously, when they play those teams lower down the table, you'd expect that people like Zaha and Elise and Eze will have a bit more joy one-on-one with defenders, and it won't work so well against those top sides. So possibly, I think they're probably better than the teams around them. But with no manager and no real plan in place, today I can't see anything really going forward from them in terms of a tactical plan. So it's going to be really difficult for them if they end up getting stuck down in the mire. But on today's performance, it's looking likely, Josh.
Yeah, it is. There we go. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. Arsenal in jubilation. Crystal Palace, well, they're not in jubilation. They're sinking, and the Eagles aren't flying. They've had their wings clipped, and then certainly not taking any prizes from the Emirates today. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. 58 minutes gone in that game. As we were talking about the Premier League beforehand and the results around the Premier League, we discussed Brentford and Leicester, and that was 1-1 yesterday. We discussed Aston Villa after they easily dispatched a Bournemouth 3-0. The big one, though, was Southampton and Tottenham Hotspur, because that was the game that grabbed all the chances and all the headlines. Southampton 3, Tottenham Hotspur 3. It was a topsy-turvy game, wasn't it? It was a fragmented first half. They never really got going as both sides were forced into injury. Richarlison and Ben Davies, who had to come off early, and Saints lost both their centre-backs. Armel Bella Kochkap coming off, as well as Jan Bednarak too, losing both teams using key players for them. Pedro Porro was the one who broke the deadlock early, hammering a shot into the roof of the net just before half-time. But then 47 seconds into the second half, Che Adams levelled it. But Saints, they were staring defeat because 50 minutes to go, Harry Kane's header and Ivan Perijic's fine effort from the edge of the area meant the Spurs were 3-1 up, and they were dreaming of 3 points. The 3 points that would have taken them above Manchester United. But Theo Walcott hit back very early on after that third Ivan Perijic's goal, and he sparked the fuse that lit the comeback because his slotted finish did exactly that. It led to Ward-Prowse, who scored from the penalty spot from 12 yards out. The Papa Matassar found him questionably, shall we say, but it doesn't matter. Southampton got the penalty, and James Ward-Prowse is set-piece king. He dispatched from 12 yards out to give Southampton a much-needed point and to, really light anger within Antonio Conte, because it was one of his famous press conferences and probably the most famous of them all, because he really, really went in on Tottenham Hotspurs, the players. Some debated whether it was the club, but this morning reports around the club confirmed that he wasn't talking about Daniel Levy and the higher-ups at Tottenham Hotspur. He was talking about the players and used the key word, called them selfish, spoke about how, well, all of them lack accountability and they're not used to winning for 20-odd years. And if you want to know about what Conte said, take a listen to this, because this gives all.
You try to find alibi or an excuse for the players. Okay, continue to do this. Excuse for the players. Yeah, but the players maybe my future, and then okay, they lost confidence, they lost spirit, they lost to be a team. Excuse. Try to protect every time, and this situation. Come on, we are professional. We paid. The club paid us a lot of money. The players receive money. Me receive money. You understand? Not to find excuse and don't have spirit or don't show the sense of belongings or don't show sense of responsibility, because we are showing this. And for me, this is unacceptable for me, because this is the first time in my career to see a situation like this. And until now, I wasn't able to change. Not to change, but compare last season, the situation went to become worst. Why? I don't know, because they are used here. They don't want to play under pressure. They don't want to play under stress. Yeah, it's easy in this way. And Tottenham story is this. 20 years that there is the owner and never won something. But why? Only for the fault is only for the club or for every manager that stay here. And I have seen the manager that Tottenham had on the bench. You risk to disrupt the figure of the manager and to protect the other situation in every moment. And now, until now, I try to hide the situation, but now no, because I repeat, I don't want to see what I have seen today. Because this is unacceptable. Also for the respect for the fans. They follow us, pay the tickets, and to see the team another time, to have this type of performance, for me, I repeat, this is unacceptable.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Brila FM on Twitter at Brila FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brila FM, and on Instagram Brila FM 889.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
You are listening to Football Live. Today's show is powered by Hollandia Chivita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.
Place a bet that contains a pre-match selection from the Torino vs Napoli match today, with a minimum stake of €500 and get a €500 free bet for every goal Osimhen scores. For more information, head over to www.nairabet.com/promotions or follow us on Twitter at NairaBet. NairaBet, bet with the best.
Coming up on Football Live on Brila FM.
Next weekend is an international break, so Football Live takes a break and we'll be back with a bang in 2 weeks' time when Manchester City kick off the weekend with a lunchtime home game at the Etihad against Liverpool, followed by Arsenal at home to Leeds United. Our reporters will have 6 Premier League matches covered in total. Join Barry Swain at 1:30 in the afternoon on Saturday the 1st of April when Football Live returns live and exclusive to Brila FM.
We have a twist at the Emirates. Crystal Palace have a goal back.
Naira bet better than ever.
I was so eager to get that information of the goal in because it's a huge one. It's a goal that sees Crystal Palace just have a little bit of hope and a little bit of an opportunity to rescue a point. We also have another goal, and it's a second one in the Premier League at the FA Cup.
Naira bet better than ever.
Brighton have doubled their advantage in that game. They now lead 2-0 against Grimsby. But for now, let's go to Isaac Dilks to get more information on the goal for Crystal Palace.
Yeah, there's life in Palace. Yeah, it seems, Josh. Jeffrey Schlupp just whacks one home from the corner right on the edge of the 6-yard box. A rare bit of sloppiness from Arsenal. No one at the front post really contesting this ball. It drops into Jeffrey Schlupp's lap, literally hits him in the stomach, drops straight down, and he hammers it home with his left foot, straight past Ramsdale. There's nothing he could do about it. And unfortunately for Arsenal, they've been pegged back here. Palace muted celebrations. They know they're being well beaten so far. But like I said, there's a glimmer, there's some light. They can see something here, Palace, to hang on to. And maybe with a bit more luck, bit of a miracle, there could be something on here for Crystal Palace. So now, after 65 minutes, it is Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 1.
Isaac, could it happen? Can they get back into this game? What do you think?
Well, I think the Arsenal of old, the Arsenal fans of old will tell you that this team, when they're put under a bit of pressure, might have crumbled in the last couple of years, the first years under Arteta. But I think we've seen now, just look at that game against Bournemouth a couple of weeks ago. This team do not care the state of the game. They don't care if they're 3 behind, 4 behind, if they're drawing, if they're 5-0 up. They are relentless and they will push for another goal. So it really could go either way. Arsenal could come back here with 2 really quickly and we could be saying it's good night Palace again. But you never know. This is why we love the Premier League, and Palace have just given us a glimmer of hope for a point from this game. So like I said, Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 1 now after 65 minutes.
We'll keep an eye on that game, everyone. We'll be keeping you an eye on that game and updating whatever happens, because with just about 25 minutes left, Crystal Palace have a way back into that game. Brighton, as we said before, speaking to Isaac, well, they've doubled their advantage at the Amex Stadium, which probably all but seals Grimsby's fate. Tell us about that goal, Billy.
Well, what a goal from 18-year-old Evan Ferguson. It was actually a chipped ball that was meant for Dennis Undav, but Ferguson took it out of the sky, one touch to set himself, and then rolled it into the bottom right-hand corner to double Brighton's lead. A fantastic goal from a young man with the world at his feet, and it's just the same pattern of play that we saw in the first half. It's all Brighton. Grimsby can't get hold of the ball. They can't put 2 passes together. It looks like it's going to be a whimper to end their cup run. A couple of substitutes. Purvis Estepinian's come off for Brighton to be replaced by Levi Colwill, and Danilo Orsi and Kieran Green off to be replaced by Alex Hunt and John McAtee, the brother, of course, Man City player Jason McAtee. But 52 minutes gone, and after a fantastic goal, it's Brighton 2, Grimsby 0.
Brighton 2, Grimsby 0. Grimsby, you want the FA Cup magic, don't you? That's what you want, and it's devastating you don't hear it. What a story it would have been if Grimsby, the Mariners, the League 2 minnows, shall we say, would have made it to the FA Cup, to Wembley, to walk on the arch, to play on the famous field. But unfortunately, Brighton are just too good. They're on a different level, aren't they, at the moment? And I've said it for a while here on Football Live, but I could really see them getting into top 4, especially as the clubs above them are just faltering and spittering a bit. But I tell you who isn't faltering and spittering, it's Napoli, because they have just scored a 4th goal in the Serie A.
We will be crossing back to the Brila FM.
A fourth goal in the Serie A, and it's now 4-0 for Napoli. And I wonder if it was that man, Victor Osimhen, again, because he scored 2 already. And if he had a hat-trick, he would have made it so very special indeed, wouldn't he? But yes, it is Napoli. Well, it's Torino 0, Napoli 4, and this isn't a surprise. I mean, Napoli with the form they've been playing are brilliant, but just look at the past fixtures between these two teams and the past scores. You know, Napoli have won 6 and drawn 1 with Torino and haven't scored a goal. Torino haven't scored a goal in 4 occasions. So really, you wouldn't be surprised, but you wouldn't have believed it. Who has scored the 4th goal? I mean, John Kane can tell us, can't he? But I think we know who it's going to be, John.
You would never believe who scored the 4th goal. He just came on the pitch about 2 minutes ago. He was one out of 2 players who came on for Zelensky and Lozano. The first one was Elmas, and Domblé came on the pitch 2 minutes ago. And guess what he did? The loanee from Tottenham, he scored from 10 yards out into an empty net. It's Torino 0, Napoli 4. And I'll tell you what, and Domblé is having a great time in Italy at the moment, isn't he?
He has been. I thought you were going to say it was Victor Osimhen. I thought that was what you were going to say. I thought we would have got his hat-trick, but unfortunately we haven't. Oh, I want that hat-trick. I want that hat-trick. For the people listening today, we need that hat-trick, Sean.
I think it's just a matter of time, unless Spalletti decided to take Osimhen off in the last half hour. We've still got about 20 minutes to go. So the game is dead and buried, and the points are definitely in the safe. In the safe, and but probably, I would say so. We'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see. I tell you, we don't have to wait and see though, because we've got more goals flying in around everywhere in the country, and it's a goal in England. It's not in the Premier League, but it is in the FA Cup, as Brighton are starting to steamroll their League 2 counterparts now. They have scored a 3rd in that game. They scored a 2 not a long while ago, and they've scored a 3rd. However, VAR look like they could be reviewing it. It's VAR, video assistant referee, reviewing the goal, and they could be intervening, and Grizzly fans will be hoping that, because the 3rd goal is definitely game over. But if it stays to 2, which it has done, it has stayed to 2, the goal has been ruled out for offside. So Grimsby fans, they can just hope a little bit. The hope, that the tiniest of hope. That's all you need in the FA Cup. And we know we spoke about this last week as well, with VAR and things going a team's way, and with momentum. Well, momentum could definitely be on Grimsby's side. That's what they're going to hope. That's still staying the same. Brighton 2, Grimsby 0. I'm going to go with Billy Andrews to tell us about the goal that was not.
Yeah, that's right. The ball was played through to Solly March, and he was offside initially from the initial pass. He played it across to Evan Ferguson. He tapped it into the back of the net. But from McAllister's pass, Solly March is offside. So, of course, the goal won't count. And VAR, for once, actually working and doing its job. Still 2-0 at the Amex.
Could VAR be the spark that kind of lights the momentum for Grimsby, Billy? Or, is 2 goals too steep of a mountain to climb?
I think it's too steep of a mountain to climb. I think, as fantastic as the win against Southampton was, I think Brighton are definitely a cut above. And as much as we all want the magic of the Cup, I think Grimsby, it's just a bridge too far, but it would be fantastic to see Brighton at Wembley.
Yes, it would be. It looks like they are definitely on their way to Wembley and booking their ticket to the home of English football and to London. It will be a short trip for them, but they'll be happy to be there. Brighton 2, Grimsby 0. Thank you, Billy. And to Isaac we go, because the last time we heard from them, Crystal Palace, well, they had got one back against Arsenal, but they still got their 2-goal advantage. However, how has Arsenal responded since that goal, Isaac?
Well, they've responded just as you'd expect, Josh. They've just pushed forward. It's almost as if they incite the challenge. They want it. They want you to come at them so they can keep playing and keep pressing you as hard as they possibly can. A couple of goal-mouth scrambles at the Palace end as Arsenal were just pressing so hard, forcing Whitworth into a couple of saves. And there's been a couple of changes of note just on both sides. Jordan Ayew has come on for Osman Edouard as they look to try and get that second goal, Palace. And Luka Milojevic, has come off for Will Hughes, another attacking change. And Arsenal made a couple of their own. Tierney has come on for Zinchenko at left back for some game time. And crucially, Gabriel Jesus has come on up front in place of Leandro Trossard, who's gone off the pitch. So big changes for Arsenal. They'll be looking to get another goal, as will Palace. It could go either way. Next goal is really, really crucial now for both sides. And we're in for a cracking finish here at the Emirates. So after 70 minutes, it's Arsenal 3, Palace 1.
Arsenal 3, Palace 1. But as we are just leaving you, we have just had a fourth goal in that game. I say fourth goal because it is the goal for Arsenal, their fourth, and the goal that all but seals the 3 points for them. It's the one that they desperately needed after Palace had pegged one back. They needed that goal, and that is the one that all but secures the 3 points for them. And it's devastation for Crystal Palace with the way Isaac was just speaking. Then it seems like it's what they've deserved, because even though they concede these goals, Arsenal team of old would have crumbled and folded at the thought of pressure. But this Arsenal team is different. They're winners. They've got a mentality of steel. It's very hard to break them. And it's Saka who has, broken Crystal Palace, because it's the fifth goal of the afternoon, 4 for Arsenal. And it's Saka with the goal. Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 1. To the Bundesliga now and to Callum Davis, because it's currently half-time between Union Berlin and Frankfurt. And, it's literally just got underway. But just tell us a little bit about, that first half for us there, Callum.
Well, I think we could do with some of those goals over in Germany, to be honest. It's just kicked off, as you said. The scores remain level. But before the half-time break, it really shouldn't be. The visitors had started to grow into the game. It's all coming down the right flank for Frankfurt, who, as I said earlier, they looked the more likely. And Kamada had another great chance, which he squandered. A great block from Robin Knocker, who's probably been the best player on the pitch for the hosts. They're struggling at the moment, to be honest, but whether the manager's made a few changes, a few tactical decisions, he's certainly going to have had to stop the onslaught that they've suffered. They'll be thankful to hear that it's still Union Berlin 0, Frankfurt 0.
Yes, you're right. We do need the goals in England. And here is Arthur Dilk telling us about that fourth goal for Arsenal and the game that has seen 5 goals in total.
Yeah, it looks like the tie's been put to bed now, Josh, as the Gunners put another bullet in the Eagles' hopes of getting anything out of this game. 4-1 now, and it's Kieran Tierney, the man who's just come on, plays a little cutback from the left-hand side of the box to Bukayo Saka. It's an exquisite finish of his left foot. We've become accustomed to it. Anyone who's watched Arsenal over the last few months has seen those first-time finishes from a multitude of players on this side. It's just brilliant. It's first time, smashed into the back of the net. Nothing Whitworth could do about it. And it looks like this, as I said, this game's done and dusted now. 4-1 to Arsenal after 75 minutes here at the Emirates.
Is the way Arsenal have responded to that Crystal Palace goal, Isaac, just evidence of how far they've come as a team? Because, like we said, it's Arsenal team of old. Maybe we would have folded at the thought of, Crystal Palace applying the pressure. But this team, they relish it, don't they?
Yeah, Josh, I think they're almost like they're daring you to score against them. It's like, have a go, try and score if you think you can beat us. And then they're just, letting everyone know that they can't. And that change in mentality has been so crucial. It's what they were missing last year. I think every single fan around the world and every commentator, every reporter knew that when Arsenal were leading or went behind in big games, you never thought they were going to come back into it, or you thought they were prone to mistakes. But now you just think they're inevitable, aren't they? Like Man City, you think that this side have just got the mentality to win any game from any position, and they've shown it here today again, Josh.
Yeah, and what about as well on the Crystal Palace side of things? And I really want to talk about their goalkeeper, Joe Whitworth, because at 19 years of age, to be playing in the Premier League, that's such a special occasion, but also a daunting one as well. How has he played today? He's conceded 4, but has he played well?
Yeah, the 4 goals are through no fault of his own. I've been really impressed with the young man, actually. He looks pretty unfathomable in front of goal. He's been faced with a lot of shots today. He knew he was going into this game. So he's dealt with them really well. Every save he's made, he's pushed out of danger. There's been no real dangerous rebounds for Arsenal to latch onto. I think everything that's been asked of him, he's delivered. All the goals, there was not much he could do about it. So really impressed. Palace have got a special keeper on their hands here, I think.
They certainly have, but he's not special enough to stop Arsenal conceding 4 goals in that game. Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 1, 13 minutes left in that time. We'll be back with Isaac shortly, just to tell us about the procession that's going to proceed for Arsenal, and as they look to secure those 3 points comfortably, and as comfortably as they have done in that time. For Crystal Palace, then, things are looking really bleak. They did score a goal today, so at least that's their first goal that they've scored in 4 games. But apart from that, it's going to be now a 12-match winless run for them. only 5 points and 4 goals and 26 on target during that period. And apart from the shots target they would have had today, it's looking very bleak for Eagles fans. And Crystal Palace are definitely going to be ones to watch out towards the end of this Premier League season as they look maybe to be sucked into the relegation fan, shall we say, the spinning fan that is ruthless and can ruin teams. And Crystal Palace, well, they've been a fixture, haven't they, at the Premier League table? We've become used to seeing them there, but we know that time waits for no team. And if you don't move forward, you move down. And that seems what Crystal Palace have done to the FA Cup and to the magic of the FA Cup. Because with football, we see so many weird things, and we see the odd occasions where fans like to throw things on the pitch to vent their frustration. But Grimsby are throwing fish on the pitch, Billy Andrews.
Yeah, one of the weirdest ones I've seen in my time, Josh. They won a corner, Grimsby, their first of the game. And as they were getting ready to take it, the referee, Jared Gillett, had to go over to the match manager. And then they both had to go over and tell the Grimsby fans, please stop throwing Harry Haddock on the pitch. They did. They took the corner. It was well caught by Sanchez, and normal service resumed. Brighton have come again. It's still 2-0, but there's more fish on the pitch than I would have anticipated. I was
going to say, I don't think Norwich will have any odds for that, will they? At all, in terms of if there's going to be fish on the pitch. I mean, they're brilliant, Norwich, but I don't think they would have quite had one there. Though, from the fish in by the sea in Brighton to Turin and to the sun of Italy in not the capital of Juventus, one of the most famous cities in Italy is, well, Napoli. They're running riot against Turin, winning 4-0 in that game. But there's going to be no hat-trick for Victor Osimhen today, is there, John Kane?
No hat-trick today, but he definitely done his job, hasn't he? He's just scored 2 goals with 11 minutes to go. Napoli, in fact, leading away to Turin by 4-0, and it's nothing that they would deserve, to be fair. Even the 4 goals, it's not harsh on Torino, because Turin haven't been that good at all. So they need to concentrate more or less trying to get a point, I think, for the next games. But Napoli is just no stopping them, isn't it? No stopping them at all. 10 minutes to go, plus stoppage time. And I'm sure Torino wanted to end very quickly. But it's Torino 0, Napoli 4.
I'm glad he couldn't get his hat-trick. That is really, really devastating. But, I mean, it won't stop him scoring goals, will it? And he's going to be scoring goals for the rest of his career, whether it's in Italy, in Naples, or whether it's in Manchester or Real Madrid, wherever he goes. He will score goals. He's a very special player, Victor Osimhen. Tell you what, is he as good, though, for Chelsea? Because, I mean, what is going on with Chelsea at the moment? They have recently been drawn against Real Madrid in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, and Graham Potter really being aggressive and showing that emotion the Chelsea fans have desired from him, and saying they're going for the Champions League this year, and they really wanted to hit the ground running. Well, they nearly did it against Everton, but they were denied late on as Ellis Sims from the Everton Academy scored his first goal to earn Sean Dyche's side a precious point in the relegation battle. Everton's improved resilience under Dyche was shown again as Sims was the local hero, and it was a superb equaliser as well. And Chelsea, who would have had their 4th win, well, it was no more. They broke down Everton's resistance just only 7 minutes after the break when Joao Felix drilled home a low drive, getting his first Premier League goal for Chelsea. And then they were picked back in the end as Abdello Doucouré scrambled home an equaliser from a corner, a bit like Sims did in that game. But they're only level for 7 minutes because Everton, they were level 70 minutes as Kai Havertz scored from the spot after Reece James was fouled by James Tarkowski. But there was a twist in the tail. Dyche had put Simons to rescue a point, and he did that brilliantly with a powerful run and finish a minute from time to stun Stamford Bridge, to stun Graham Potter, and to stun the boys in blue, because it was Chelsea 2, Everton 2, and this is what Graham Potter had to say about that result.
Well, we're really disappointed because we dropped 2 points at home. We wanted to win. I think you saw the intention of the team. There was a lot of positive things in the performance, but ultimately we haven't defended well enough, and to concede 2 goals means it's not so easy to win the game. So that's a disappointing thing for us. Well, I think you have to credit Everton. They do what they do well. They use their physicality. They use the set pieces. They ask you a question, but I think most of the game we controlled fairly well, as much as you can at this level. But ultimately, the first goal was really disappointing from a set-piece perspective. We spoke about that before the game. And then the second goal, we haven't attacked well enough and then exposed ourselves to a big space to defend and haven't done it well enough. So these little small things that when you look at how much we put into the game and how much we tried to attack, to be cheap with the goals we conceded is frustrating.
Sticking in London then, and now we're going to go to the north side of the capital to hear from Isaac Dilks, because Arsenal, they're now 4-1 up in that game. And is it proceedings as normal for Mikel Arteta's men, Isaac?
Yeah, I think so, Josh. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. The way they're so relentless, I think they would want more goals here. And there's been a couple of substitutions. I think Arteta just managing the game, managing the squad. Gabriel Martinelli comes off, replaced by Emile Smith-Rowe, and Ben White leaves the field, replaced by Jorginho as well. So a little shuffling around there at the back, obviously missing players like Tomiyasu and Saliba. So there's going to have to be some pick and placing there for now. And a couple for Palace as well, a couple of more substitutions. Sloop leaving the field to be replaced by Ahamada, and Michael Olise, who's been really quiet today. You know, a real talent, but someone who's not really been on the ball in recent weeks.
Oh, there you go. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, Isaac. I heard you tip out for a little bit second. Palace won. Thank you very much for that, Isaac. I mean, what do you make of the substitutions in general? Wait, before we do go to substitutions, though, we've had a couple of goals around Football Live, and one of the goals is in the FA Cup because it's a third for Brighton. A third for Brighton and a first for Union Berlin in the Bundesliga. Yes, 2 goals in quick succession on Football Live. Brighton, who did have a third earlier on when it was scrapped for VAR for an offside in the build-up. However, they've now got their third a moments after hitting the bar. They have put 3 on the score sheet. Is Billy Andrews.
Yeah, and it's that 18-year-old again, Evan Ferguson, with his second of the match. Lovely interplay between Brighton. It gets cut out by the captain for Grimsby Waterfall, but he can't control it. The ball falls to Evan Ferguson. A couple of touches into the box before a left-footed shot round the goalkeeper. He's averaging a goal, he's averaging a goal contribution for Brighton every 84 minutes at the moment. He's got 10+ goals and assists in only 20 appearances. Definitely a start in the making, but 70 minutes gone. It's going to be bye-bye Grimsby, but it's Brighton 3, Grimsby 0.
That's now 6 wins in their last 7 matches at the Emirates in all competitions for Brighton, and proceeding that they hold on in that tie. And as well, I mean, Evan Ferguson, he's an absolute boyhood wonder, isn't he, with the way he's doing in that one. And the way he's doing in that game, and he already scored previously in the FA Cup. He scored last time out against Stoke City to win that game 1-0, and he's on the FA Cup score sheet once again. We're now going to go over to Callum Davis. Tell us about that Union Berlin goal. The season lead 1-0, and that's a huge goal in the context of their season, isn't it, Callum?
It's absolutely massive, and watched on by Real Madrid hero Sami Khedira. It's actually his brother Rani Khedira who scored, and I won't lie, it was a completely comical goal. 3 Union Berlin players lined up inside the 6-yard box, completely unmarked, and it fell to the German central midfielder. He couldn't miss a left-footed shot from close range. It just flew past the goalkeeper. It's been completely against the run of play, and if the hosts were going to score, it was always going to be from a set piece. But I just can't believe that's happened. Frankfurt's defence just vanished at the critical moment. Despite all the pressure, they're 1-0 down now, and the home stadium is rocking. It's Union Berlin 1, Frankfurt 0.
Yes, thank you, Callum. Union Berlin, they really need that win, haven't they? They're winless in 4. They were leading the league at 1 point, and we thought they might be charging towards the Premier League title. However, they have faltered a little bit, so that's a huge game, because last year their season did the exact same thing. They spitted and spattered towards the business end of the season, missed out on Champions League, pipped by Leipzig in the end. But this season, with that goal, well, they can go 8 points clear of Frankfurt in the top 4 race and kind of put all those demons to bed a little bit after also being knocked out in the Champions League earlier on. in the Europa League earlier on this week. Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 1 then, Brighton 3, Grimsby 0. Around the rest of the scores, as we've heard from John Kane throughout today's show, it's Torino 0, Napoli 4 on the 87th minute. Just hearing from Callum there, Union Berlin 1. Frankfurt 0 as well. Earlier on in today for the FA Cup, well, Sheffield United dispatched of Blackburn 3-2. I say dispatched, that makes it sound easy. Sheffield United to come from 2-1 down, two goals late on, a 90-plus minute winner for Sheffield United to book their place to Wembley. Man United Fulham, that's coming out at 5:30, and we will have team news shortly later on in that game with our reporter Jack Hessen, who will be there for that one. As well, then around the other teams in League 1 earlier on in the day, AC Ajaccio, well, they lost to Monaco 2-0. It's 90+1 between Montpellier and Clermont. And Montpellier coming behind in that game. They now lead 2-1 in France. Nice and Lorient still 1-0. Strasbourg, they've doubled their advantage against Auxerre, and they are winning 2-0. Troyes and Brest, well, they are 2 apiece in that side. What a fantastic game that is in France, as it's 2-2. PSG v Rennes, well, that's coming up very, very shortly with Jordan Nicoli for that game. That's at 5:05. And then Reims v Marseille at 8:45 tie. Union Berlin and Frankfurt 1-0, as we spoke to earlier on in the Bundesliga. At 5:30, Leverkusen, though they face Bayern, they host Bayern. Xabi Alonso, his first professional game as manager against Bayern Munich. Let's see how he does in that tie. And then at 6:30, it's Mainz v Freiburg. Early on in the Serie A, then is Sampdoria. They dispatched to Verona 3-1. Fiorentina, they beat Lecce 1-0. Torino, though they are losing 4-0 to Napoli. John Kane watching over that one. And how about we go to John Kane quickly, because he's seen 4 goals. He's broken a chair, and also Victor Osimhen has been subbed off. So how are the last couple of minutes going there? Is it a walk in the park for Napoli now, John?
He's definitely walking the park, Josh. We got about 30 seconds to go. Napoli are very much in control. Torino did have a couple of really half chances in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so, but nothing that Napoli can't deal with at the moment. I'm sure that as soon as they're happy with the 4 goals, they're very happy with the clean sheet as well, and they're very happy that they're going to be 21 points ahead of Inter, who of course playing Juventus this evening. So it's all going well for Napoli. A few minutes till full time plus stoppage time. It's Torino 0, Napoli 4.
Do you think Napoli can win the Champions League, John? You know, will we see Victor Osimhen with the Champions League medal round his neck?
I very much so. I actually do think Napoli are going to win the Champions League and the Serie A, which is something that I'm sure the late Diego Maradona would be very, very proud of. Seeing his old club, of course, Napoli did shine initially in the world of football, only when Maradona came into to Napoli, but late 80s, early 90s, won 2 Serie A leagues, 2 Scudettos for them. And Torino Napoli did shine down a bit after he left. And now with Victor Osimhen and Cavacittaglia, they've been just phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant buyers. Like I said, £10 million for Cavacittaglia from Dynamo Batoni from Georgia. It's a bargain, isn't it? Absolute bargain. And if both players leave, but I'm sure they won't leave until the jobs are done, and I do think that Napoli are going to win the Champions League. You look at the playing Milan in the next round, and even though Spurs couldn't beat Milan, but everyone seems to be having a habit of beating Milan of late. So I think it's going to be a walk in the park for Napoli in the next round as well anyway.
Yes, thank you, John. A walk in the park for them. It's been a walk in the park in London as well. And before, we've got 2 minutes till we go to FJ and the team, to make sure you're getting your calls and text him for him to read out. Before we do go to the brilliant FJ, we're going to go to the even brilliant Isaac Dilks. Just tell us about the Arsenal game, as we it's a procession right now, isn't it? A couple of minutes into added time. A couple of substitutions as well, Isaac.
Yeah, points are nearly wrapped up here for Arsenal, as you might expect. That 4th goal for them really killed the game off just 10 or 15 minutes ago now. But a couple of interesting things to look out for, maybe not in this game, but going forward for Arsenal. It looks like Thomas Partey and Jorginho are sort of rotating at right back. Obviously, they've got injuries, haven't they, at the moment? Saliba's gone off injured last game, and Tomiyasu as well. So something to look out for maybe going forward. Arteta experimenting with players in different positions, particularly Jorginho back there is a bit different to normal. But yeah, Arsenal very impressive today. Rob Holding's been brilliant at the back. After I constantly said he might be their weak link, he's been superb. And as ever, their attacking triumvirate at the top, Trossard, Martinelli, Saka, have been excellent as well. So nothing to fault here for Arsenal, and Palace lots to work on for the remainder of the season if they're going to avoid a relegation battle. So yeah, Josh said, a couple of minutes into added time. It's 92 minutes on the clock here. Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 1.
Yes, thank you, Isaac. And you've taken us nicely there to FJ and the team. FJ, before we go over to you, I want to ask you a little bit of question, a little bit of trivia, as we're having a trivia off today. Crystal Palace. When was the last time, when was the first time they won at the Emirates Stadium? Tell me when the first time they got the victory there, or the Emirates or Highbury. And let's see if you're correct. To FJ.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
FJ, you're right. You were spot on. You got it correct. Yeah, no, I thought I'd try and catch you out, but I didn't. We both know our trivia knowledge is clearly spot on. I better be getting a trivia question next time when we come to you in the next hour. So, just so I'll keep on my toes. But yeah, no, you got it right. Well done, FJ. Well done. Well, it's fantastic to hear all your opinions on it. I mean, the two kind of headlines, shall we say, of the first 2 hours of this show have been Arsenal defeating Crystal Palace 4-1. And I mean, Victor Osimhen as he got a brace for Napoli as they dispatched of, Torino easily in Turin 4-0 in that game away. So it's fantastic. While you were gone, though, we did have another goal in the FA Cup.
NairaBet, better than ever.
It's a Brighton fourth. That's a Billy Andrews to tell us about the goal at the Amex.
Yeah, and it's a fourth for Brighton, and it's March. That's not just the month that we're in. Solly March has got a fourth for Brighton against Grimsby. Grimsby just sat off of Brighton and allowed Adam Webster, that's it, the big centre-half, to play a De Bruyne-esque chipped-through ball across the top of the defence to Solly March. A lovely diving header to guide it into the bottom corner. And, well, we do like a little bit of a stat on Football Live. Solly March scored in the game against Millwall the last time that Brighton got to Wembley. So he's taken them to Wembley before. He's going to take them to Wembley this time. Grimsby have a corner in the last 5 minutes, but I don't think it's going to amount to much. 85 minutes gone. Brighton are on their way to Wembley. It's Brighton 4, Grimsby 0.
Brighton, they are on their way to Wembley. They got Manchester City last time. Will they get Manchester City again? Who knows? But I don't think if they do it to Brighton, well, I think they could definitely be all the way on to the final, because this team is special. This team is really special. I'm in love with this Brighton team. I'm in love with Robert De Zerbi. I'm in love with Matoma. And, well, let's just see. Brighton 4, Grimsby 0. A day to forget. Well, it won't be a day to forget for the Mariners, because their fans, they'd love to be in an FA Cup quarterfinals. What the FA Cup is all about. It's why it's so magical. Well, can we go to North London now then? And shall we get, well, a full-time report from Isaac Dills, because he watched Arsenal walk over Crystal Palace in the end. It was 4-1 in the game. Take it away, Isaac.
Yeah, Josh, another 3 points for the Gunners, all adding up to their massive title charge over the next couple of months. 10 games to go, and they've put themselves in a great position, 8 points clear of Manchester City heading into this international break. They were relentless today, as they've been all season, and they're continuing to march on, it seems, towards that Premier League title, and the first one for over 2 decades. As for Crystal Palace, some bright sparks from Wilfried Zaha, as you'd expect. Some really good displays in the midfield, but they're just not on the level of Arsenal, and certainly weren't today, and they're going to really struggle if they can't find some more goals from that front line over the coming weeks and months. They're going to be stuck in a relegation battle if so. They need to find something, and hopefully Pat McCarthy or whoever comes in to take the job can really up the boys' confidence there, because they need something to spur them on to a mid-table, if not just above the relegation zone finish. But yeah, an absolute cracker here. Goals galore at the Emirates today. It finished Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 1.
Yeah, Arsenal 4. I mean, Isaac, before we lose you then, just a couple of questions on that game, because Arsenal, how do we stop? How do Arsenal stop? How do you see this coming to an end? Or do you think, they've just got the momentum behind them, and then they're going to be hitting these levels each week?
Well, I think something we've said all season about this Arsenal side is that they've been unchanged so often. The starting 11 has been, the squad's been so small, the starting 11's barely changed. But now, faced with a couple of injuries, it's what pundits and commentators have been saying all year. Can the squad depth cope with this challenge? And I think we're seeing that they can. Arteta experimented at the end of the game with Jorginho and Partey rotating at right back. They've got Tierney to come in for Zinchenko. He can fill in at right back, even Zinchenko can play in midfield. They can plug and place these players who have got such good technical quality all over the pitch. And obviously the addition of someone like Trossard up front is going to be massive in this run-in. And then regaining Gabriel Jesus as well from injury is just a massive confidence boost to all the players, I'm sure, on this Arsenal team. So, if there's ever going to be a season they do it, if there's ever going to be a season where they put themselves in a great position to win the league, it's going to be this one. And from all their performances recently, you can't see this title charge waning at any point unless they come up against Man City.
I'm going to be back with you in a minute, Isaac, because I want to talk more about Arsenal, but I just have to interrupt you because there's a fifth goal at Brighton.
Naira better than ever.
They're running riot, aren't they? For a while, it was respectable for Grimsby, wasn't it? They were only 1-0 down at half-time, 2-0 down after the break. But since then, the heads have dropped. Brighton have got the bit between their teeth. And, well, they're not taking any prisoners. There might have been a little bit of a temptation for Brighton to go a little bit easy on Grimsby, considering the level they play at English football. But, I mean, any professional team, they love to score. They love to score goals. And this is what happens when you come up against a very good Premier League opposition for Grimsby and for Brighton. Well, their fans can be dreaming of Wembley because it's definitely going to be a special day out. It always is, isn't it, when your team goes to Wembley, when you get to walk down the arch. It's a special day that every fan treasures. And for Brighton, they'll be doing it come the end of April. And we can go to Billy Andrews now to tell us about their fifth.
Yeah, it's a man who's been causing all sorts of problems for Grimsby. Karo Mitoma has got the fifth goal for Brighton. Again, horrible from Grimsby. The captain, Waterfall, tried to dribble it out from the back. He's tackled by Solly March. It's just played in towards Danny Welbeck. He can't quite get the touch on it. It's laid back to Mitoma. He takes one shot. It takes a horrible deflection. Again, off the captain, Waterfall, and into the back of the net. A horrible goal to concede. Goalkeeper sprawling for the far corner. But it's 5-star Brighton. Brighton 5, Grimsby 0 as we go into 2 minutes of added time.
So yeah, 5-0 there. Cheers, Billy. And back to Isaac now as we travel up the little country from the south to London. Back to Isaac Dills. Isaac, I want to ask a couple more questions before we lose you and let you enjoy your evening. They were knocked out of the Europa League, weren't they, Arsenal? You know, we probably should have spoke about it. I mean, I'm sure Chris spoke about it yesterday, but losing to Sporting Lisbon on penalties, most people might think that as maybe a way it could have derailed their season, you know, kind of gets into their heads, they've lost like that. However, do you think it's more with the fact that it's an opportunity for them to like focus solely on the Premier League and an opportunity for them not to be distracted and to have all their players playing in the Premier League, given 100% fitness week in, week out? So do you think it's a good thing they were knocked out?
I think you might be right, John. I think it might be a blessing in disguise. You know, obviously no top team, no top club goes into any fixture thinking, oh, we'd be better off if we lost this game. And obviously they were trying to win it. They were trying to challenge on all fronts as possible for as long as they could. You know, trying to challenge for a Europa League and Premier League double would be amazing. But like we say, it might be a bit of a blessing in disguise for Arsenal because the squad is thin. They've experienced injuries and they've got some big games coming up. They've got 3 massive away games. They've still got to go to Anfield. They've got to go to the Etihad and they've got to go to St James's Park. Teams in the top 4. And those are the games that win or lose you titles. And those would be the 3 fixtures I'd have marked on my calendar over the next couple of months in the run into this title race.
And Isaac, before we let you go, can we just get a man of the match as well for Arsenal today?
It's got to be the star boy, Bukayo Saka. He's been absolutely excellent all season and he was electric again today. You know, it could have been any one of Odegaard, Martinelli or Saka, but 2 goals, 2 great finishes and just an overall brilliant performances. So I'll go with the England man, Bukayo Saka.
Thank you, Isaac, for your time today. Brilliant as always. A pleasure to have you on this show, and it's a pleasure to see the fact you've ever seen. Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 1. Arsenal 8 points clear of the Premier League. Premier League chasers Manchester City, and it's a fantastic day to be an Arsenal fan. It's a fantastic year to be an Arsenal fan. It's a fantastic day to be a Berlin fan, an Union Berlin fan to be specific, because they have scored their second.
Naira better than ever.
2 for them. The 3 points collected, 3 points confirmed, and now to Callum to tell us about that goal.
Yep, I was just about to say to you, if Randall Kolo Muani had his shooter boots, Frankfurt would be out of sight here, but just as Geraldo Becker saw 1 goal rolled out for offside, Kevin Behrens was not to be denied. He raced through in pretty similar fashion to the disallowed goal, just in behind, and he just strikes a really well-hit left-footed shot, and it just fumbles under Kevin Trapp. It squirms over the line, and that surely cements 3 points for the hosts as their march for, you'd say, probably Champions League football now. It keeps trundling on. The title, 5 points off, but it remains to be seen whether they could spark a late push. For all their domination, Frankfurt, they look likely to be heading home with nothing. The score's Union Berlin 2, Eintracht Frankfurt 0.
It's a cruel game, isn't it, football? It's a really cruel game. And Union Berlin, they're in danger of their season completely going off the rails, but not today because they have taken the opportunities, unlike Frankfurt, and they lead 2-0 in that game. The game is about 20 minutes from completion, so who knows if there's going to be one last twist in the towel. It's yet to be seen. To Italy now, and to John Kane oversaw a Victor Osimhen double there. A dominant performance for Napoli, a dominant performance from the Super Eagles striker. Napoli are just so special.
They are indeed finished here. Torino 0, Napoli 4, and it was the Victor Osimhen show. He started scoring in the 9th minute with a beautiful cross from Zielinski from a corner, heading it for the Napoli's first. Then Kvaratskhelia scored the second goal, the 35th minute from the penalty spot after being penalised inside the box. Then, just after half-time, Osimhen scored his second goal with a lovely cross from Oliveira. Again, Osimhen using his head to net the third for Napoli. And then the man from Tottenham, who left Tottenham on loan just to go to Italy and to win a Serie A and win a trophy over there, is Ndombele, scoring in the 68th minute after a lovely move from Kvaratskhelia to Ndombele, and from 10 yards put it into the back of the net. Well, where do we stand? It looks very good for Napoli. They are top, of course. They are 21 points ahead of Inter Milan, who are playing later on against Juve, but I don't think that's going to make much difference. However, for Torino, well, they are 11th after that Fiorentina win early on as well. They are 37 points. They're mid-table. That seems like going anywhere. They're a bit away from relegation. They're a bit away from European spots, but it's all about Napoli and Victor Osimhen today. They finished Turin 0, Napoli 4.
Where does Victor Osimhen rank as the best striker in the world? Is he the best striker in the world, John?
I think at the moment, I think he is definitely the best striker in the world. I mean, some people will say different players, different names, which is, of course, all down to interpretation. But when you see his record, when you see the way he plays, even off the ball, I mean, he was defending at some stage today. You know, the guy is just brilliant, and he is definitely the hottest property in Europe right now. And I think if you ask most people, they will say he is the one to get to your club. You mentioned Chelsea. Well, Chelsea spent £500 million, haven't they, on players, and none of them were actually the number 9, which is quite amazing. You bring all this Modric and a few others who are happy to play in the midfield, but they haven't got a number 9, and Osimhen, I think, would have fit in right nicely. But if he decides to go to the Premier League, how much Napoli going to charge? That's the big question. But we shall wait and see. But for me, he's a guy who's going to lead Napoli to a double this season, the Champions League and Serie A.
We'll see. We'll see if John's got his, his wishing pot out. We'll see if he's a genie and whether his predictions are going to come true. Thank you, John Kane. Thank you very much for that full time there. Torino 0, Napoli 4 full time as we go back to England and we go to the FA Cup. Brighton, they're on their way to Wembley, Billy Andrews, because they dispatched the Grimsby in, easy fashion.
Yeah, that's right. The dream is over for Grimsby, and it got pretty much underway straight away. And after 6 minutes, Dennis Undav gave Brighton a 1-goal lead, latching onto a spilled shot from Moises Caicedo. Evan Ferguson, 5 minutes into the second half, got his first. A fantastic touch to pick the ball out of the sky, one touch to set himself, and a roll it into the bottom right-hand corner. He then got his second with 20 minutes to play. A lovely pass from Dennis Undav, goal scorer turn provider, one touch to take it away from the goalkeeper, and a left-footed shot, this time into the opposite corner. Solly March got involved after a lovely lofted ball from Adam Webster, the centre-half, a diving header from Solly March. And Karo Mitoma, the man on the left-hand side, caused Grimsby all sorts of problems today. A deflected shot from him left the goalkeeper scrambling. Well, it's over for Grimsby, but the Brighton fans can book those tickets to Wembley. It finished at the Amex. Brighton 5, Grimsby 0.
Billy, who wins the FA Cup? Do Brighton have a chance?
Well, depending on the draw, they've got a massive chance. You would like to think Man City would probably be bookies' favourites. I think Manchester United might have something to say about that, and even Sheffield United as well proved that they can come back from goals down to win a game. So it's the magic of the cup. That's why we love it. Wouldn't it be great to see someone other than a big team win it this year, though?
I've got to have your prediction, Billy. Who do you think is going to win it?
I'm going to say Brighton. Watching them today, they were fantastic.
There we go. He's a dreamer. Thank you very much, Billy. Full time from the Amex. It's Brighton 5, Grimsby 0. The dream is over for the Mariners, but the journey was fantastic, and their fans will have memories that will last a lifetime. They'll tell their kids, who will tell them their kids. It's the type of run that will spread across generations and will always be known as the year 2023 season that they got to the FA Cup quarter-finals. It's enough to put chills on the back of your neck. Well, there we go. So we've wrapped up our early show, really, haven't we? It's we've seen the reporters leave. To wrap up then, we've had Arsenal beat Crystal Palace 4-1, as just said there. Brighton beating Grimsby 5-0, and also Torino, them losing 4-0 to Napoli at home. So there are early games. One of the early games that kicked off at half-2, still between Union Berlin and Frankfurt with Callum Davies there. That is still 2-0 there. Before we hear from Callum, we've had a game kick-off, and it's PSG, because the new guard are now coming in with our new reporters, and PSG, who are playing today against Rennes. They kicked off about 10 minutes. Jordan Nicolai, lovely to have you with us. What's the opening 10 minutes gone there, mate?
Good afternoon, listeners. It is 0-0 currently in the Parc des Princes. PSG lining up with the man dubbed the GOAT, Lionel Messi, and world-class Mbappe up front. So it's going to be exciting to see what they can produce today. And Rennes play with Nigerian of descent, Leslie Ugochukwu. He's French-born but of Nigerian descent. He starts in the midfield for Rennes. So far, it's been mostly PSG, no real chances to speak of. There's been an early substitution for Trafford, who had to come up with an ankle injury. But so far, PSG just warming up into the game. About 8 minutes gone, PSG 0, Rennes 0.
Jordan, what's the atmosphere like at the Parc des Princes? Because, we seem like we're at this time of year again in PSG, where they're knocked out of the Champions League, and kind of that post-European hangover that hangs around the ground. I mean, it must be so disappointing for PSG, isn't it? And sort of a place of, here we are again, just 10 points clear of Ligue 1. What do you think?
Yeah, the atmosphere is a bit down, PSG can only win the Ligue 1. It will be the 11th time that they've won it if they win it this season, which will be a record-breaking amount of times. They're currently level with Saint-Etienne with 10 league trophies. So that is something to play for, but I'm sure the fans would be a lot more louder today if they were still in the Champions League with more to fight for. With the players they have, surely they should be, in the final of the Champions League. But all they can do now is win the league, maybe win the top goal scorer for Mbappe, maybe Messi win the top assister. So I'm sure they'll be fighting for those.
You spoke about as well the GOAT, the dubbed GOAT, Lionel Messi. But on the opposite side, you have Kylian Mbappe, who's probably going to start taking that title away from him. A few words on Mbappe and the heights that he's just hitting this year. I mean, he rescues PSG week in, week out. He rescued them against Brest last week, and he'll probably not doing the same again today.
Yeah, he's on fine form, Kylian Mbappe. He has 6 goals in his last 4 matches. He's the current joint top goal scorer of 19 goals. He's playing amazing football. I'm excited to see him today. He's up against Jed Spence, who's on loan from Tottenham. So Jed Spence has definitely got his work cut out against Mbappe. But yes, Mbappe should be taking over from the likes of Messi, and we'll see what he can do today. He might save the day again. I'm sure he'll want to keep up his good goal scoring form. Currently 0-0.
Yes, thank you, Jordan Nicolai. He'll be keeping us up to date on that one. PSG, who are comfortably top of Ligue 1 and, comfortably top of Ligue 1 and looking towards their record-breaking 11th title. However, though, they don't have a great record against Rennes. Rennes beat them 1-0 in January, and they've only won 1 in the last 4 v Rennes. So whatever they're doing in Rennes, it seems like it's working, because not many teams have that sort of record against PSG. We're going to turn our focus back to the FA Cup then, and we're going to head over to Jack Hesson, because he's got teams to Manchester United against Fulham. Manchester United have already won 1 AFL trophy this year. Been to Wembley once. They're looking to make it a second time today, aren't they, Jack?
Yeah, indeed, Josh. Very good afternoon to you, and it should be an FA Cup cracker here at Old Trafford. As you said, Manchester United, phenomenal season, all but guaranteed Champions League for next season. They've won the League Cup, they're through to the later stages of the Europa League, and they're a game away from the Wembley Arches. And they make just 5 changes from the 1-0 win over Real Betis in the midweek. Of course, the most noticeable absence being Casemiro, who is replaced by Scott McTominay. Casemiro serving out a 4-game ban. The lineup then for Manchester United: David De Gea starts in goals, a backline of Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Harry Maguire, Lisandro Martinez and Luke Shaw. Scott McTominay plays in a lone holding midfield role, and it looks like an attacking midfield 4 of Marcus Rashford, Bruno Fernandes, Jadon Sancho and Marcel Sabitzer without Weghorst. Leads the line. Fulham, they looked really disappointing in that 3-0 first half collapse against Arsenal last week. Not a fair reflection of how good they've been this season. And they make 4 changes from that side. João Palhinha replaces Sasa Lukic. In the midfield, Nigeria-eligible Adebayo is make way for Issa Diop in centre-half. Willian, remember him? Well, he's starting in place of Manor Solomon. And of course, the man leading the line for Fulham is Mitrovic.
As for Manchester United, Jack, I mean, form hasn't been great recently. I mean, kind of a little bit inconsistent draws and losses in their last 5, along with 3 wins. Today's an absolutely huge opportunity for them. They've already won the FA Cup, the EFL Cup. They want to win the FA Cup. They're in the quarterfinals of the Europa League. They're probably out of it in terms of the Premier League. And then today they can rate the semi-finals. I mean, this game and the monumental kind of nature of this game can't be understated, can it?
No, absolutely not. And I think it would really be a statement for Manchester United to then go and win the FA Cup. It would really put a cherry on the top of. I think what has been, should they get that top 4, a great season. You think about that first opening couple of games, the massive loss to Brentford in the second game of the season, and you thought that they were going to be down and out in it, but they managed to pick that up. Barring a collapse, they should get top 4. I think they'll look at that. Already have the League Cup, potentially the Europa League as well. It's looking like, I think, regardless of what happens, they're a great season. But nonetheless, they will definitely want to get to Wembley next month.
As for Fulham, do you think they'll cause any shocks today? Because, I mean, they're brilliant, aren't they, Fulham? Let's not kind of surprise ourselves. I mean, recently they're sort of their top 6 hopes maybe have been dealt a little bit after back-to-back defeats to Brentford and Arsenal. But today presents a fantastic opportunity for them to kind of put the cats among the pigeons and potentially get to Wembley for the first time since 2001, 2002.
No, absolutely. I mean, they ran Manchester United close back at Craven Cottage earlier in the season in the league. They, fell to a late goal, which was really, again, not a fair reflection on how good this Fulham side have been. They're looking like they're potentially going to get one of the best Premier League finishes ever, potentially European football for next season as well. And again, this would just be the cherry on the top of a phenomenal season. They've got the danger to hurt Manchester United with Mitrovic. You've got experienced players in there like Willian. You've got players coming off the bench like Manor Solomon, who's been on good form. Yeah, they've definitely got the tools to hurt Manchester United. But I think if Manchester United play to the way that we have seen them at their best this season, then they should win the game, regardless, however, Fulham can cause a threat.
Yes, thank you, Jack Hesson. That kickoff is underway in 10 minutes. In that time, it's a Manchester United team, well, that haven't lost in a very, very long time against Fulham. 15 games. Last time they beat them was 2-1 in November. And Red Devils, well, they've won each of their last 8 FA Cup ties against the Cottagers. But Fulham, they're better this year. They're a lot better. Well, there we go. That's coming up in 10 minutes. But for now, this is Football Live, sponsored by NairaBet.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Brila FM on Twitter at Brila FM 889 on Have your say on today's action and interact with Brila FM on Twitter at Brila FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brila FM, and on Instagram Brila FM 889.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
You are listening to Football Live. Today's show is powered by Hollandia Chivita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.
Place a bet that contains a pre-match selection from the Torino vs Napoli match today, with a minimum stake of €500 and get a €500 free bet for every goal Osimhen scores. For more information, head over to www.nairabet.com/promotions or follow us on Twitter at NairaBet. NairaBet, bet with the best.
Coming up on Football Live on Brila FM.
Next weekend is an international break, so Football Live takes a break and we'll be back with a bang in 2 weeks' time when Manchester City kick off the weekend with a lunchtime home game at the Etihad against Liverpool, followed by Arsenal at home to Leeds United. Our reporters will have 6 Premier League matches covered in total. Join Barry Swain at 1:30 in the afternoon on Saturday the 1st of April when Football Live returns live and exclusive to Brila FM.
Yes, you might miss us next week. I know I'm certainly going to miss speaking to all of you every week, but the international break has to come. So next week we will not be here, but the week after, when the first week of April, we will be back bringing you up all the updates on all the goals whenever they come in. So we've ticked off the first 2 games on our list then with Jordan Okole with PSG and also with Jack Hesse between Manchester United and Fulham. But now we're going to go to Germany and we're going to Bayer Leverkusen, the Bayern Munich. Leverkusen, who are managed by Bayern Munich legend Xabi Alonso. He's taken the reins at Leverkusen. He's doing a really solid job. And today, well, he could be the one that maybe disrupts Bayern Munich's title charge. Kendall.
Yes, we are here at the Bayer Arena for Leverkusen and Bayern Munich today. 2 changes for each side today. Xabi Alonso's Leverkusen will obviously be looking to build on their win against Werder, and they have made 2 changes. Demi Bay comes in for Mikel Bakker and Florian Wirtz replaces Hljerček up front, who are both on the bench today. Again, Julian Nagelsmann will be looking to leapfrog Dortmund at the top of the table today, and a draw will happily do for them away today. So they've again made 2 changes in their quest to take the top spot. Goretzka comes in for Musiala, and Thomas Muller, who is the captain today, the legend that is Thomas Muller, he replaces Serge Gnabry in the attack as Bayern obviously seek another win here at the Bayer Arena in Leverkusen.
Thank you, Kendall, very much for having us here on the Football Live and the Football Live team. So that is the second team news done. We've got a third team news to get under our belts then, and it's going to be with John Kane, and it's going to be a derby. And what a feisty derby this normally is. Derby della Capitale between Lazio and Roma. That's coming up at 6 o'clock. And here is John Kane with the team news.
Yes, thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, and just to start, before going to team news, that the both teams' goal scorers, more notably, Immobile for Lazio is on the bench today. So that's quite a bit surprising. The second game he's been on the bench for Lazio. However, Dybala, the goal scorer for Roma, is starting today. He's one of 5 changes Jose Mourinho is making after their 3-4 loss at home to Sassuolo last weekend. So out come Bale, Matic, Bova, Abraham and El Shaarawy, and on comes Mancini, Castana, Pellegrini, Bellotti and Dybala. As for the home side, the home side for today's game, Lazio, they only make 2 changes after that 0-0 draw to Bologna. Lazzari and Vecino are out, and Modric and Catladi are in for Lazio. Just for history, both teams have met so many times over the years. It was Roma who won more between both of them in that Roma derby. 27 times, 20 times for Lazio, and it's been 18 draws. And looking at this fixture and looking how the difference in between them, I think it's more or less heading towards Lazio away. However, there's only 2 points difference, so it's not just a big game as far as both teams from the capital, but they're only separated by 2 points, third against fifth, with no games, with the same level of games at hand. That'd be a very, very interesting game to watch.
The very latest in-play odds with NairaBet.
Right, let's have a look at some of the odds for you. And looking at Bayern Leverkusen and Bayern Munich, home win for 4.5, draw 4.5, and 1.7 away. When we go to Man United and Fulham, which starts in about 4 minutes time, it's 1.44 for a home win and 5.00 for a draw and 6.5 for an away win. Lazio and Roma, as John just previewed that one. Lazio and Roma, 3.1 for Lazio win and 2.8 for a draw and 2.7 for an away win. And that's yours. And back to Josh now.
Cheers, Patrick. That might be one of my favourite segments of the show. This is Football Live, sponsored by NairaBet. And those are the odds, and they're not subject to change right now, but in about 3 minutes' time when the games get underway, they will be subject to change. So a couple of updates of the scores then around Europe, and as we kind of head into the next section of this show on Football Live, obviously earlier we saw Arsenal beat Crystal Palace 4-1. We also had Sheffield United dispatch of Blackburn 3-2, and Brighton beat Grimsby 5-0 in the FA Cup. And to learn our final four, so we've got in the hat, we're going to have Manchester City, Sheffield United, Brighton, and we're going to have one of Manchester United, Fulham, Jack Hesson on that game. That comes up in 3 minutes' time. And a flurry of red cards in Ligue 1. AC and Ajaccio, well, they lost 2-0 to Monaco in the early kickoff. Montpellier beat Clermont 2-1, received a red card in that game. Nice drew 1-0 with Lorient, and Lorient also had a red card in that tie. Strasbourg drew 2, beat Auxerre 2-0 as well, and Troyes and Brest drew 2 on a fantastic game. And currently between PSG, it is 0-0 with Reims. But as I just say, PSG, I think, have just scored a goal.
Naira better than ever.
It's 1-0 in Ligue 1. PSG taking the goal against Reims at the Parc des Princes. It's not been all happiness in Paris Saint-Germain, and there's been that post-European cloud that hangs over them. But just wait a second, because I think VAR has intervened. Yes, it has, and it is offside. For PSG, it's been ruled out, a lengthy VAR debate, and, well, the scores are level. It's 0-0, as you were. And, well, we're going to go to Jordan Okola to tell us about the goal that was not.
Yeah, it looked as if Mbappe had opened the scoring for PSG, but no, Mbappe has not scored well. It's been disallowed. It was a ball over the top from Verratti, and then Ruiz, who was in an offside position, stuck out his leg and he got a touch on it before it reached Mbappe. It was a classy finish from Mbappe, but it will not count. I thought it was going to be 7 goals in 5 games for Mbappe, but the linesman puts up his flag and the VAR checked it and Mbappe's offside. So it is PSG 0 and Rennes 0.
Devastating with PSG, but jubilation for Rennes. Don't want to be going 1-0 down to the Paris Saint-Germain and Kylian Mbappe, and that's not what they have done. Remains 0-0 in that fixture. Around the rest then, Union Berlin, they dispatched of Frankfurt earlier on in the day. Callum Davis was the one who was watching that game. And then also Leverkusen, that is, they finished with, that game kicks off at 5:30. That's going to be with Kendall there. Mainz and Freiburg, that's off at 6:30 as well. And around the scores in the Serie A, Sampdoria beat Verona early on in today. Fiorentina, they dispatched of Lecce 1-0. Torino, they lost to Napoli 4-0. John Kane was on with that one. And Victor Osimhen, he scored 2. Lazio and Roma, that was like 6 o'clock. That game is going to be coming up. That's the derby, one of the feistiest derbies in all of Italy. John Kane on that one. And then Inter v Juventus, that's at 8:45, the showpiece game of the Serie A. And then, as well, in the Eredivisie, well, Ajax, they ended up losing to Feyenoord. That's a topsy-turvy game. They were 1-0 up in that game. They were 1-0 down in that game with Feyenoord. They then ended up losing, going 2-1 up, and then they lost 3-2. And then currently right now, Vitesse, they are losing 1-0 to PSG. And then La Liga, Real Betis, they are beating Mallorca 1-0. Osasuna, they're losing 1-0 to Villarreal. And Real Sociedad, they are beating Elche 1-0. Coming up in the rest of the game, 6:30, Getafe v Elche. And then 9 o'clock, the big one, the one that will have all the eyes across the world. It's Barcelona v Real Madrid, El Clasico, which probably hasn't hit the heights in the drama that it had been in previous years, but now it does, because if Real Madrid win that game, well, they're back in the title fight. If they don't, well, they can say goodbye, because Barcelona will have one hand on the La Liga. But right now, we are going to go Callum Davies, who is still around, and he's going to give us the full-time report between Union Berlin and Frankfurt.
Well, before the game, I predicted this had all the makings of a real Bundesliga classic. You had both sides vying for European football, point to prove after their respective midweek disappointments. Yet we finished with a spirited yet low-scoring affair. It was a profligate Frankfurt, and they remained the most likely throughout, but it was that wasteful nature that ended up making their pressure not able to tell. And a 53rd minute corner saw them go 1-0 down, and then Kevin Behrens pretty much finished the game off with a sweet finish with about 15 minutes to go. It's got huge ramifications for the search for Europe. The hosts might have just reignited their at least Champions League charge at most, depending on how Bayern Munich get on later. It could be a title charge. Could they be back in it? I'm sure we'll find out. Obviously, Kendall will be keeping us up to date with that one. But today is a massive, massive win for Union Berlin to get just back to winning ways, really. We're definitely in for a thrilling conclusion to the Bundesliga. So full time here in the German capital, it finished Union Berlin 2, Eintracht Frankfurt 0.
Thank you, Callum. What a brilliant game you oversaw there in Berlin. Frankfurt peppering the Berlin goal, but Union Berlin, they were the most clinical in that game. They held out and they won 2-0 in what hopefully puts their season back on the right track. So we go to the FA Cup then, and shall we go to Old Trafford between Manchester United and Fulham? The opening affairs have been a couple of minutes gone there. How's it going, Jack Essen?
Yeah, it's really interesting actually for only being 2 minutes in. Fulham have had most of the ball. Manchester United had it from kick-off. Fulham won it fairly quickly and are applying quite a bit of pressure on them. It was almost a chance there. Mitrovic on the right-hand side, attacking the Strentford, then found the space to get the ball into Pereira, but McTominay was able to get it out for a corner. We've just had a shot there saved by De Gea, out for another corner. So Fulham are applying pressure early on at Old Trafford at the moment. However, still 3 minutes played. Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
Are you surprised with the nature of the way the opening couple of minutes have gone there, Jack? Were you thinking Man United were going to be the ones to take the game to Fulham?
I think so. You know, they're playing and they're starting almost as if they're the home side with the pressure they're applying. But I think that's really because they know they're at Old Trafford. It's an FA Cup game. It's a one-off. Why not just go for it? And it seems like that has been the tactic for them for the opening 3 minutes. Manchester United, I think, just need to try and settle things down now and get a bit of spell and possession.
That's what they're definitely got to do, because this is a huge game for them. They want to reach Wembley for the first time. But Fulham, like we said, they're a really, really good team. You know, they defeated Sunderland, Leeds to get here, and they last reached the quarterfinals all the way back in 2009 and 10, where they were eliminated by Tottenham Hotspur eventually. But today could be a little bit. They're going to try and rewrite the history of that time. Manchester United, who were coming back from Spain, they travelled to Spain in midweek against Real Betis. They won that game, proceeded to the quarterfinals of the Europa League, and Marcus Rashford made it 27 goals this season to secure a place in the quarterfinal. We'll be hoping today to make it 28 for this season. Let's stick with the FA Cup then, and let's just think about the winners of this tournament, because this is really something that could go either way, because we've got a lot of big teams in it, shall we say. Manchester City and potentially Manchester United are going to be the ones who are going to be the ones who are going to be the favourites, naturally, aren't they? Because they're the big teams, they're the big dogs. They've won it before. Manchester United famously have won it 13 times before. But Brighton, like we spoke about Brighton before and how brilliantly they have been and how, well, fantastic they have done, and how, well, they're not going anywhere, are they? They've done absolutely fantastic. They've done absolutely brilliantly, and I think they could be the dark horses in this competition. If I'm being honest, I think Manchester United, yeah, they've got the players, yes, they've got the name to it, and people don't think Brighton could cause an upset, but they definitely can. As for Sheffield United, I mean, what do we think on there? They're obviously a very good team. They're doing really well in the Championship so far. Things have been a little bit choppier for them recently, but we are expecting them to be back in the Premier League next season. But who knows, but for a day out at Wembley, I mean, their fans will obviously have a brilliant time, and the FA Cup is all about upsets, it's all about drama. It's probably going to be a step too far for them, if we're greatly honest, if they come up against either Brighton, City or Manchester United, because these are three really, really good teams. But could Sheffield United make a final? Who knows? As for, if we say it traditionally, Manchester City and Man United, if they're going to be the two teams that do win it, who is the better team there? Because I think we like to say Pep Guardiola is a serial winner, but I think his protege, Eric Ten Hag, the man who obviously learned under Pep Guardiola, He's also a serial winner. We've seen him get one EFL Cup to his name already, and we all know that's a trophy that every manager targets as a one to set in that winning culture and to build momentum throughout the season. And I think if we had a final between Manchester City and Manchester United, I don't think it would all go Pep Guardiola's way. He has a brilliant record in finals and really competitions outside the Champions League, but I mean, who knows? Who knows how that one is going to go? But there we go. The final four. I mean, we didn't even talk about Fulham, because Fulham have still got to play in the quarter final. Who knows what they can do? It's probably a step too far again. But the two, shall we say, underdogs in terms of Premier League status, in terms of Brighton and Fulham, are no mugs. And I really do think they could cause either team an issue really. And, well, let's just see. Let's keep an eye out for that, shall we? Let's keep an eye out for them. Well, we're coming up then to 22. We're going to be with FJ and the team in 12 minutes' time. And that's just under 12 minutes. So 15 minutes time show with FJ and the team to give you 6 minutes back in Nigeria. And we've got a little bit of a goal drought so far. We've got no goals in our games and our coverage matches right now between Manchester United and Fulham. That's 0-0. It's also, 0-0 between Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich and PSG and Rennes, and Lazio and Roma isn't currently underway. That gets underway in 23 minutes at the time of 6 o'clock. So how about we go to PSG and Rennes, because we just heard from Jodie Colai and PSG, who got on the score sheet. It was ruled out, chalked up by VAR, but they've taken the game with the horns and they've had a chance there, Jordan.
Yeah, it really should be 1-0 to PSG. Mbappe had 2 brilliant opportunities. Verratti played a lovely ball over the top to Mbappe, and he smashed it just wide of the target. And then he had another opportunity. This time it was the World Cup winner. The man dubbed the GOAT, Lionel Messi, played a brilliant through ball to Mbappe. He's the current top assister of the French league. He was looking for his 14th assist of the season. But Mbappe tried to dink it over the goalkeeper, but it was a great save from Mandanda. But Mbappe and Messi seem to be warming up. And I don't think it will be too long till PSG open the scoring in this one. But right now it is PSG 0, Rennes 0.
Jordan, in terms of the future of the PSG manager, Gielta, I mean, it's probably likely he's going to be sacked, isn't it? I mean, do you think that's unfair, or do you think that the PSG manager is a cursed position?
It does seem to be a cursed position, you know. When you're getting that role, you know that your job is pretty much to win the Champions League. Of course, he's a good manager. He's won the French league with Lille, which was, a big feat for him. So it'll be nice to see PSG put a bit of faith in a manager for the long haul. But I'm not too sure if I can see that happening. But it would be nice to see a bit of loyalty shown to him and just giving him a chance to build his own side and perhaps have a good run in the Champions League next season.
That's all PSG fans will be hoping for, won't they? Thank you, Jordan. 0-0 in the game you are watching there. They won't be participating in the Champions League, but earlier in this week, we did see the Champions League draw and the teams that will be facing. We had the draw of Benfica v Inter Milan. We had Bayern Munich v Manchester City v Bayern Munich, Real Madrid v Chelsea, Milan v Napoli, and then those are the games. They're the 4 teams that are going to be in that game, and all Italian tie between Milan and Napoli. But how do we see that one going then, eh? How do we see that one going? Because, I mean, it's clearly going to be the east side of the draw. Benfica and Inter and Milan and Napoli are on one side. So, they'll be playing the winners of those respective games in the semi-finals. And then Manchester City and Bayern Munich and Real Madrid, Chelsea. Well, that's evidently the harder side of the draw. So, I mean, it's all to play for, isn't it? I mean, Bayern Munich, who have been being watched over there by Kendall and by Leverkusen. I mean, this is the draw. This is the competition that they have to win. And what Julian Nagelsmann, unless he wins it, his time won't be considered a failure, but it won't be considered the best of what it could have been. But they're coming up against probably the hardest manager they probably could have, Manchester City and Pep Guardiola. But Pep Guardiola, we know, has a tendency to just overthink things a little bit, doesn't he? And overthink things slightly. So who knows? At Manchester City Bayern, that's one game to definitely keep your eye on. But a game that we're keeping an eye on involving a Manchester team is Manchester United. They're hosting Fulham. 10 minutes gone in their FA Cup quarter-final tie. We heard from Jack Hesson, who said Fulham have dominated a lot of the ball opening on. But how's it been so far, Jack, since that we last spoke?
Well, Manchester United looked as if they've kind of weathered that particular storm, but it still doesn't rule out the fact that Fulham looked really dangerous. The marking of Marcus Rashford in particular is really impressive. Anthony Robinson on that left-hand side. They had to switch Rashford because he was just getting no joy. And every time Fulham won the ball back, they're quick to try and go on a counter-attack. But they're not really making any chances of it. A bit like that game last week against Arsenal, where they looked promising in that second half. They were getting chances. But, they've got to convert the chances into shots. We've also just had a couple of minutes there for a potential injury on Bruno Fernandes. But I think he is going to be okay. That would be a huge concern for Manchester United if he was out, but he's back on the field now. So 10 minutes played. It is still all to play for. Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow. Yeah, I mean, this is Football Live, sponsored by NidaBet. It's a brilliant show. It's bringing action, bringing goals from all across the country, and it is just special. It is special, and wow, look at that. Well, I mean, trending on Twitter. I'm just looking at it now and looking at trending on Twitter. I mean, one of the things that are trending on Twitter is Sack Potter. Do you agree with that? If you do agree with that, let FJ know. I mean, you played yesterday. It was 2-2. That was the 5:30 kickoff that Chris wasn't able to show. We weren't able to cover for you, but you drew 2 in that game. We spoke a little bit earlier. We heard from Graham Potter, but do you agree? Should Graham Potter be sacked? I'll never forget one of the shouts we once had on this show where someone thought that Frank Lampard should be coming back. I'm not too sure about that one, but they definitely did put a smile on my face, did that suggestion. So that was 2-2 in that game. We're going to go to Kendall now. I'm going to go to Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich for that. So 13 minutes into the game. How's it gone, Kendall?
Yeah, it's 30 minutes in, still 0-0 in the game at Leverkusen. Bayern Munich seemed first 8 or so minutes seemed to be in control of the game. However, the last couple of minutes, Leverkusen have had a couple of chances. Jan Sommer actually had to tip one over the bar, and they've also had a corner, but it is still 0-0 at the moment. Leverkusen just getting their foot into the game a little bit, but Bayern are enjoying some really nice possession football and playing out from the back here. So I'm sure this will be a really, really good game to watch. But yeah, 13 minutes, just coming into the 14th minute now, and it is 0-0.
To Jack Hesson, because Manchester United have just had a chance.
Yeah, Manchester United's first chance of the game, and it all comes from catching Fulham on the break as they got numbers forward. Marcus Rashford decided he got switched to the left-hand side, and it really looked like it was working there. He used his blistering pace to make it effectively a 3 versus 2 situation. He had Wout Weghorst, he had Bruno Fernandes. He gets the ball to Weghorst. Weghorst's space opens up to him. He could have passed it to Fernandes, and instead he opts for the shot, and it's a really poor shot, which is easily saved by Bernd Leno. So it looked like a dangerous attack. It fell to Weghorst, and he just couldn't make anything of it. But Manchester United really showing blistering pace there to get that opportunity. However, 13 minutes played, still Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
Is Fernandes okay, Jack? We always spoke about the injury that he did have, but is he okay after that scare?
Yeah, he is. What happened was he went up to the balls in the air. He went up with Willian. Willian looked like he nudged into him, nothing, and he falls to the ground. He was down for a couple of minutes. I mean, the concern there, it looks like he maybe just winded himself, but obviously, if you're holding that side, it could be a rib cage. Obviously, it wasn't, and he's back up on his feet and fit and firing again for Manchester United, so that'll be a big relief for Manchester United supporters, I'm sure.
How crucial is Fernandes to the Manchester United team? I mean, let's say, he didn't sustain an injury, but would they struggle without him?
I think he's massive. I think he's a big part of the system that Ten Hag tries to play. If you take him out, I just don't know who you can actually replace that kind of player with. And, they talked about how, it really was coming down to Fernandes versus Ronaldo a few months ago. They'll be really lucky that it fell on the side of Bruno Fernandes, because he's been such an important player for Manchester United over the years, and that's shown even more, I think, this season.
Yes, thank you, Jack Hesson. Man United 0, Napoli 0. Both huge game for both teams. They look to make the semi-finals of the FA Cup. Well, we spoke about the Champions League a little bit briefly. We're going to speak of the Champions League again then, and we just speak about the other ties that have come up in that game too. And I've got it up here, and I found it again. It's Benfica v Inter, which is the other game. Benfica, who brilliantly in midweek, played a fantastic game, and I mean deservedly are in that tie. And it looks like we have an all Serie A contest between Milan and Napoli, and Inter. You do expect after the impressive performance against Porto, you do expect that they would win comfortably in that game, and they're facing Benfica, so you feel like that's probably one step in the semi-final for them. And Real Madrid, well, as we talked about Real Madrid and Chelsea, I know we've got a lot of Chelsea fans in the crowd, haven't we? And the Chelsea fans that listen to this show. However, I feel like with putting biases aside, I don't think they'll probably make it out against Real Madrid in that tie. I think we just know that even though Real Madrid maybe aren't hitting the heights that they did last year, winning the La Liga and, being a couple of points adrift of Barcelona in the La Liga, they are they're Real Madrid. They have so special in the Champions League, aren't they? There's such history there. They've won it the most times out of anyone, 13 times, and you just feel like that competition is for them. There's something special about it, and well, they'll probably be looking forward to the semi-final. And then Napoli, they are an absolute freefall. They lost again yesterday, and somehow Tottenham Hotspur lost. That probably speaks more about the position Tottenham are in, and they lost to Napoli, and they lost on the weekend, and then they've got Napoli in the Champions League. So the way Napoli are playing, you feel like Napoli are gonna be in that semi-final. So the only one that really feels hard to call is Manchester City and Bayern Munich. Pep Guardiola v Julian Nagelsmann, and that feels like that's going to be a tactical battle. Two minds, modern minds of the game, of the European game, of the world game, going head to head. But if you're asking me, Inter will make it through, Real Madrid will make it through, Napoli will make it through, and then it all comes to Manchester City and Bayern. But we're going to hear from Patrick now right now, because he's going to have the latest odds for us with NairaBet.
The very latest in-play odds with NairaBet.
Right, thank you, Josh. Looking at Paris Saint-Germain, Rennes. Paris Saint-Germain is down to 1.67 to win, and a draw is 3.4, and an away win is 7. That's going to be hard, isn't it? Going down to, where are we? Bayern Leverkusen and Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich there for 3.8 for a win, and a draw is 4.0, and an away win 1.9. And lastly, Man United and Fulham, currently 0-0. It's a win for 1.7 for a win, and a draw 3.7, and an away win is 4.7. That's it. Josh, back to you.
Thank you, Patrick. And from Patrick to Jordan in Paris, who they're kind of drawing 0-0 with Rennes, but they just had a chance.
Yes, if Mbappe had his shooting boots on today, which is a sentence I never thought I would say, but if Mbappe had his shooting boots on today, he would have a couple of goals. It was a delightful pass from Lionel Messi over the top to Mbappe, and he really should be scoring. It was a great first touch, but he just fired it straight at Mandanda, and it looked as if the ball might still end up in the back of the net because it was bouncing, but Mandanda collected himself and picked up the ball. So no goal for Mbappe, but Messi and Mbappe are really combining well. Without Neymar, who's out for the season, these two will have to rely on each other to be getting PSG the 3 points. And so far, the cohesion between the two is working brilliantly. Just haven't found the goal as we approach half-time. It's PSG 0, Rennes 0.
Thank you, Jordan. And staying in Europe and to Kendall now, because even though Bayern Munich are sitting currently top of the Bundesliga, it's Leverkusen are playing better in that game.
Yes, we are coming in to the 19th minute now in the game. It is still 0-0. However, Leverkusen are really in possession here. They're really in control. They've had 69% possession to Bayern Munich's 31% possession, which, if anyone watches Bayern Munich's football, that is very, very difficult to get the ball off them usually. But Leverkusen are doing a great job here. Moussa Diaby had a really, really good chance on the edge of the box. Jan Sommer just pushed it wide to the left post. And then Leverkusen's corner, Jeremy Frimpong had another chance. And again, it was collected by Jan Sommer. But Jan Sommer is really, really keeping Bayern in the game at the moment. But it is still 0-0 in this game.
Kendall, who do you think will win the Bundesliga this season? Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. I mean, both are playing at an absolutely obscene level, beating everyone else around them. But they're currently neck and neck. Who do you think it will be?
For me, it's got to be Bayern. You've got to go with Bayern every single time. I mean, we've seen in Europe this season, the Champions League, how well that they've played. But Dortmund are pushing them all the way, and it would be nice to see Dortmund win it again. Obviously, with Bayern's dominance over the last few years, and Nagelsmann's got them playing some fantastic football. But yeah, I think it's got to be Bayern for me.
There we go. Kendall experiencing Bayern Munich. I mean, right now, both teams will be level on points. That's how it's standing currently in the Bundesliga. Yeah, 53 points to Bayern Munich in first place, 53 points for Borussia Dortmund in second place. The only thing that separates them is that substantially better and larger goal difference for Bayern Munich. 46 goal difference. That's pretty much like compared to Dortmund's 24. That's a 20 for Massa, right? That's a 22 swing in their favourite. So there we go. Before we do head off to FJ and the team, though, in Nigeria, we have had a goal at PSG.
NairaBet, better than ever.
However, it's not for PSG because Rennes have taken the lead. PSG had a goal earlier in the game that was then scrapped out because of VAR and offside for Kylian Mbappe. And Rennes, they've stung where it hurts because they have a fantastic record against PSG. And it's Toko Ekambi who could be about to make that record even better. It's 1-0 at the Parc des Princes. Who saw that result coming? It was me. I did. I gave you the stats that showed the PSG could possibly win in this game, and they've done it. We will be with Jordan Nicolai after we have been to FJ, who's probably waiting the rings readily to give his always brilliant show that is coming up right now.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Yes, and while you were gone, there's been a big goal for Bayern Munich.
NairaBet, better than ever.
Bayern Munich, well, they have scored against Bayer Leverkusen. We heard from Kendall about Bayer Leverkusen. Well, they've been knocking on the door of the Munich goal, and how Jan Sommer, well, how he was keeping Leverkusen out. However, they've gone down the other end. They've shown their quality, and they have scored there with Kendall Jenner shortly to tell us about that game. But for first, we're going to go to Jordan Okole because PSG, they scored in that game, and it's now half-time. And there, here's Jordan Okole with half-time report and information on that goal.
Yes, I definitely did not predict Rennes to take the lead. But yes, they have just before half-time. It was that man, Carl Lewis, brilliant Toko Akambi. He has brilliant in his name, and the goal was definitely brilliant. It was a ball over the top from Beauregard, and the touch to bring it down from Carl Lewis, brilliant Toko Akambi. I have to keep on calling him brilliant because it really was a great goal. He took the ball out of the sky with a great first touch, and the finish, as cool as you like, into the bottom corner. Nothing the goalkeeper could do about it. And Rennes take a 1-0 lead into the first half. PSG will rue missed chances from Mbappe. He had at least 3 good opportunities to give his side the lead, but he did not take them. And Rennes, they haven't had much opportunities at all, but that's how cruel football can be. They've taken pretty much their one and only chance and have scored it. This will be bad for PSG. They have a comfortable lead at the top of the table, but they do not want to be dropping points at home. They are currently unbeaten at home, so this will be a big shock this weekend if Rennes are to keep this 1-0 lead. So at half-time, it's PSG 0, Rennes 1.
1-0 to Rennes there, but it's going to be 1-0 to Bayern Munich. And to Kendall, tell us about that goal.
Yeah, Leverkusen will feel completely hard done by here. It was a great play by Bayern Munich, though. An assist from Goretzka, ball into the box to Joshua Kimmich, and he just flung the ball past the goalkeeper, and it just unfortunately went through past the goalkeeper's shoulder and into the net. And it was a great finish, to be fair. But Leverkusen will feel really, really hard done by. They've had their chances, they just haven't been able to have that final third quality that Bayern Munich have had, and they really just. They're on top of the game at times, but they're just lacking behind, obviously, with the goal, and it's going to be really, really hard to come back from this at the moment. But they are the home team, and they have played well, so we will see what drama unfolds. But as we go into the 31st minute of the game, it is 1-0 to the away team, Bayern Munich.
Well, if last week's game against Wolfsburg is anything to go by, well, there's going to be loads of goals in that Bayern Munich game because they won 5-3 in that side of the game and 1-0 down against Wolfsburg at the Allianz Stadium. And they had to come back, and it was ping-pong for a while, but they triumphed 5-3 in that game. So don't give out hope, Kendall, because I think Leverkusen will find a way back into that game if Xavi Alonso has anything to say about it. Right, we haven't heard from Jack Hessen in a while from Manchester United v Fulham, which is a surprise with 2 great teams. How's the game gone there, Jack?
Yeah, it's been a fairly even game. Fulham are bringing numbers forward. Manchester United are trying to then catch them on the break, but Fulham are going for this here, but they just need to try and develop that momentum into clear-cut chances. Mitrovic did, however, think he should have had a penalty a couple of minutes ago. A great run towards the box from Harrison Reed. He finds the run of Mitrovic in the box. Mitrovic at a tight angle, opts to try and go for the byline. Martinez comes to contest him. It looks as if Mitrovic and Martinez is the right foot, the right leg and the left leg even sort of colliding and entangle themselves into each other. They both go down. I would say 50-50, but the referee opted for it to be a foul in favour of Manchester United. Mitrovic thought it should have been a penalty, and I think, to be honest, he's maybe unlucky that it went that way, because I think it could have easily went the other way as well if the referee determined it as a foul. But 31 minutes played, still Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
Fulham the better team. Are they outplaying Manchester United now, Jack?
They are certainly not outplaying them. Manchester United, I think, have a bit of a grip on this game. as I mentioned, when they go forward. The numbers, Fulham are leaving a lot of space at the back, which Manchester United at the moment just are not exploiting. And really, however, Fulham, I think they just need that one chance, one clear-cut opportunity to get a goal. And I think with how they're playing at the moment, if they get that opportunity, they are going to take it. But Manchester United, make no mistake about it, are looking dangerous on the counter-attack as well.
What do they need to do to find a goal in that game, Man United?
I think they need to, without Weghorst up front, isn't looking too promising as an option. Marcus Rashford has opted out wide. He's the goal scorer. I know people say that he's often a winger and he is showing a lot of danger on that left-hand side, but you need your goal scorer in the position to score goals. I think that's the change they need to make. They've got options as well. If it gets later on in the game and it's still like this, they could, for example, bring on Anthony, who's back from an illness. So interesting to see what that could mean for the second half of this game. Continues as it is at nothing each.
Yes, thank you, Jack. And a couple of other games that we're keeping an eye out for. No reporters, however, we are going to keep an eye out from proceeding onwards between 6 o'clock and 6:04 now. So Austria Vienna v Rapid Vienna in, the Vienna derby. That's a huge game there. Can imagine that's going to be fists out and one that we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for. And then it's Getafe v Sevilla, and that is going to be at 6:30. That game is going to be kicking off. So we'll be keeping you updated on those two games from around Europe. Then right now as well. Well, we've also got the scores. Well, PSG and is 0-0 currently. Leverkusen, they're losing 1-0 to Bayern Munich. And then Lazio and AS Roma, that has just kicked off. John Kane's covering on that one. 5 minutes gone. How's the opening 5 minutes been there, John?
Yeah, it's been quite a good start from Lazio, to be fair, for the first 5 minutes or so. Lazio more or less seems to be the team who's trying to go for it. We know Sarri's team, they're always happy to go for the kill. You can see from the Mourinho's style of football, isn't it? Just happy to sit back and defend, especially in a derby like this. It's very, very sensitive. And of course, have anyone seen Roma's interview, Mourinho's interview after the Roma's game on Thursday? He said, it's a shame that Lazio are out from the Cup. Obviously talking about the Conference Cup. So it's going to be a bit tense. But so far, so good. Is more chances for Lazio. Not big chances, but they're the ones who definitely got the foot on the pedal. It's still 0-0 after 5 minutes.
And the 1-0 final. Thank you very much for that, John. And now it's time to get some odds.
The very latest in-play odds with NairaBet.
I nearly cut Josh off then. Right, let's have a look at this, shall we? What are we looking at? Paris Saint-Germain and Rennes, of course. Rennes are winning 1-0. Let's have a look and see if it's going to be interesting. A home win, 3.0. A draw, 3.1. And an away win, 2.6. Going to Lazio and Roma, you just heard from John. It's 0-0. Jose Mourinho doing his little tricks. Right, a home win is 3.0. A draw, 2.7. An away win, 2.8. And lastly, yes, Manchester United and Fulham, which is 0 at the moment. That looks good, actually. A home win, 1.8. And a draw, 3.2. And a away win, 5.25. And that's it. Back to you, Josh.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. All those odds are subject to change. If they do change, don't blame it on us. That's just the way the football works. And also around the other couple of scores around the grounds, and especially in Spain, Real Sociedad, they just doubled their advantage against Elche. They were knocked out of the Europa League to none other than Roma. We just heard from John Kane in that tie. And Real Sociedad won 2-0 against Elche, and they've got about 92 minutes gone in that fixture as we go into added time. And Osasuna, they were well and truly beaten by Villarreal. A win for Osasuna there would have taken them with a touch and distance of Villarreal as they look and hope for European football. But there's a little breathing space now for Villarreal, who also knocks out of Europe. They lost in the Conference League in midweek, but they've got their right back on track. 6:30 then, as we say, we'll be covering Getafe v Sevilla. And then 9 o'clock, the big one, Barcelona v Real Madrid. Barcelona win that. They probably all but secure themselves the La Liga title unless things go drastically wrong in the new camp. and in Catalonia, and that's Real Madrid. Well, it's a win. It's a huge game. It does not get much bigger for Los Blancos as they will be travelling to the new camp. A win will see them back in the title fight. That's coming up at 9 o'clock, so we won't be covering it. It's past our bedtime then. However, do keep an eye on that because it's a game you will not want to miss. A game that's turning out into a game that you won't want to miss is Bayern Munich and Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich, because even though Leverkusen find themselves 1-0 down on that game, they're looking to find the equaliser in quick fashion, Kendall.
Yeah, again, as I said, they are getting the chances. They're playing some really nice football. The passing's absolutely fantastic from them. But the shooting and the chances that they're having, they're just not coming off for them. That final third quality is just lacking a little bit. They have had 5 corners now. Bayern Munich have had none. So they are really getting the chances and they're attacking very high at the pitch, but the chances just aren't coming off for them, unfortunately. And just to take a phrase from Jordan, they haven't got their shooting boots on today. So, yeah, they really need to figure that out. We're just coming into close to half time now. It's a 38 minutes gone and it is still 1-0 to Bayern Munich.
Yes, thank you, Kendall. I mean, a lot of teams haven't got their shooting boots on, have they? Paris Saint-Germain haven't got their shooting boots on. Leverkusen didn't have them on. And, well, also in Frankfurt as well. And we heard from our reporter right there, Callum Davies, who said that Frankfurt would have won that game if they had their shooting boots on. So, I mean, there's clearly something that's contagious around Europe and around the Football Live shows today. So that's 1-0 to Bayern Munich in that time. As we just heard from Kendall, 0-0 between Manchester United from Fulham. We heard from Jack Husson a while ago. He told us what Manchester United need to do. As much change, Jack?
No, not that much change at all, to be honest. Marcus Rashford still sitting on the left-hand side. Wout Weghorst, of course, the big guy. Ten Hag signs him mostly to play as that kind of role, not really for goal scoring, but I just feel like it's really noticeably showing in Manchester United's attack because they are getting numbers forward. They are looking promising, as do Fulham when they attack as well. But we're really just waiting for that first massive clear-cut chance in the game. And really, at this rate, I'm not too sure who it's going to be that takes it. However, 38 minutes played, still Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
0-0 there. It wasn't 0-0 between Arsenal earlier as they thumped Crystal Palace in what was a routine win. 4-1, goals from Martinelli, a double from Saka, and also a goal on the 55th minute from Granit Xhaka in that game as they moved 8 points clear at the top of the Premier League. They're aiming to become the champions for the first time since 2003 and 2004 and went ahead at the Emirates Stadium through Martinelli. It was a left-footed strike and that's his 6th goal in 6 league games. Bukayo Saka then doubled the lead when he collected Ben White's pass and called an effort past 19-year-old goalkeeper Joe Whitworth. He's the youngest goalkeeper to start in the Premier League since Ben Alnwick for Sunderland in 2005. Granit Xhaka all but sealed the points when he made it 3-0 with a first-time finish, a close first-time finish from Leandro Trossard's assist. That's another assist for Leandro Trossard as well, by the way. He was picking up assists left, right and centre. He's provided 1 goal and 5 assists in 9 league appearances for Arsenal. They were linked to Mudryk, weren't they, at the start of the season? And, well, luckily they got Trossard for them because Mudryk has not hit the heights. Nini went 7 games without a goal or assist. He changed that against Leicester last weekend, but Leandro Trossard's done the absolute opposite. He has been the game changer that Arsenal needed. So there we go. Get to pick up another assist for Trossard. Jeffrey Stubb did pull one back from close range, following a corner from Palace's first goal in 5 matches. However, Saka did restore Arsenal's 3-goal advantage and make sure they kept the points that they thought they sealed through Saka's strike. It was a guy to finish from the Englishman, from Kieran Tierney's pullback to seal the victory. That means now Arsenal have 69 points from 28 matches. That's the same amount as they had last year in 10 less games. That shows you how far they've come. And, well, they are now 8 points ahead of Manchester City, who beat Burnley in the FA Cup yesterday. Man City have a game less, but things are looking bright in North London. Things are looking like finally they will have their first Premier League title in nearly 10 years. And what a moment it would be to an Arsenal fan. Mikel Arteta's done a superb job. He's got Arsenal back where they belong, full-time from the Emirates Stadium that came just about an hour ago now. Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 1. Right, we've had a flurry of yellow cards, we've had a flurry of action, and we're going to head over to John Kang now. We've had our first yellow card in the derby. I can imagine we're going to see a lot more, John. What's the atmosphere like in that game? I can imagine it's passionate, I can imagine it's ferocious, I can imagine it's magical for you to be there as a reporter.
Oh, it's absolutely electric here, Rome, and as expected, the derby doesn't, it's always have that sort of emotions running high, not only through the fans, but through the players, and not only 8 minutes gone, and Ibanez got a first yellow card for Roma. It was really not needed tackle. It was literally sent Felipe Anderson flying in the middle of the park, and there was no option for the referee but to brandish his first yellow card. So it took 8 minutes for the first yellow card. We're just waiting for the first goal here in the Turin derby, at the Roma derby. 30 minutes gone, Lazio 0, Roma 0.
He's confused at what game he's reporting. That's fine. John's getting on a bit. Yeah, he's getting a bit older. So we expect that. We're going over to PSG now because Rennes scored just before the half-time whistle. They're 1-0 up in that game. PSG, the game's just kicked off. How have they responded, Jordan?
Yeah, the second half has kicked off and there has been a change. Zaire Emery has come on for Pelembe, and he's only 17 years old, Zaire Emery. He has 2 goals in the league. Galtier clearly trusting the young players. There has been a sense of urgency in this second half from PSG, and they really need to show some urgency in the second half because we know Rennes can be dangerous on the counter-attack like they showed in the first half. But yes, the second half just kicked off. PSG 0, Rennes 1.
Thank you very much for that, Jordan. Thank you very much. And wait, hang on. We've just got a goal. Yeah, no, there is a goal. We have a second goal at PSG.
Naira Bet, better than ever.
As soon as we lead, Jordan Nicolai, Rennes have doubled their advantage, and that's a big goal. We asked the question, could PSG respond? We posed it to Jordan Nicolai, how would they respond? He said they had, but Rennes have gone down the other end, and they have scored a second in quick succession at either end of half-time to put themselves 2-0 up in the game and put them in the driving seat. It was Kalia Muendo with the shot and with the goal, with time just gone in that tie. PSG 0. Rennes 2. There is a big shock in the Bundesliga. They're going to need Kylian Mbappe to rescue them, aren't they? He did it last week against Brest. Who knows when he's going to do it? He did have the goal in the back of the net earlier, but since then, Rennes, they've gone to a different level. Jordan, tell us about that goal.
Yeah, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I'm sure everyone thought this would be plain sailing for PSG up against Rennes, but Rennes are not having it. They are 2-0 up. It's a goal from Kalimuendo. That is his 7th goal of the season in Ligue 1. And it was an assist from Akambi. He played it across and he just wanted it more than the defenders. He slid in there, got there ahead of the PSG defenders and put it into the back of the net. A real striker's goal that was. And PSG have it all to do. I don't know if Mbappe can rescue them, but they do have the type of players that can save them with Messi and Mbappe, of course. But we're going to need to see some action from PSG as soon as possible because Rennes are causing a big shock here at PSG. Is Rennes, that means PSG 0, Rennes 2.
2 goals there. We need some goals at Old Trafford because our feature match with the FA Cup is currently 0-0 to Manchester United and Fulham. Jack Hesson, where are the goals?
I have absolutely no idea. It's a staring contest between these two, and it really is just sitting and waiting to see who blinks first. They looked like they almost had a great chance there where Willian nicked the ball off Wan-Bissaka, advancing towards the goal, managed to get it to João Palhinha, but his decision making was poor. He should have tried to go for a pass into the box. He goes for the shot and it's well dealt with by Manchester United. It really looks like we've not got a midfield for either of these teams. It's coming to the defences, but the defences of both sides are really keeping well, and I think that's why we're keeping this game at 0-0. 45 minutes played, there's 2 minutes added time. Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
Thank you very much, Jack. And now to Kendall, because we haven't really spoke to her since Kimmich last scored. What about now, Kendall? How's the game been since then?
Yeah, very much the same. Both teams coming into it a little bit scrappy now. Some fouls being given away. There's been a couple of yellow cards being handed out by Tobias Stieler, the referee. Jeremy Frimpong for Leverkusen just flew into a very, very, very strong challenge into De Ligt, and he received a yellow card, the first yellow card of the game. That's his 4th of the season now. And then Benjamin Pavard, he's been basically asking for a caution all game, and on the 43rd minute he was also yellow carded. There's going to be a minimum of 2 minutes added time here as we go into half-time at the game, but it is currently still 1-0 to Bayern Munich.
So the goals around our current games then is Manchester United 0, Fulham 0, as we heard from Jack Hesson there. The other scores as well then, well, we got PSG. They're losing 2-0 at Rennes. Rennes scored in the 48th minute. We heard from Jordan Nicola and how big that goal is and how, well, gloom is surrounding Paris. And the league isn't completely done for Paris Saint-Germain either. Marseille, who play later on today, if they win today, they'll go to 59 points and they'll only be 7 points off PSG on the same amount of goals. So they had an opportunity today to extend their lead further within double digits. But if PSG start hitting some really bad form, well, then who knows what will happen? I mean, it's going to be their second defeat in their last 5 games if PSG lose the game today. But who knows? So there we go. That's 2-0 in that game. And as we heard from Kendall there, the game is 1-0 to Bayern Munich. Again, that is 0-0 though, is Manchester United. We heard from Jack Hesson asked the question, can Man United find a way through? Why isn't there any goals? And they just had another chance.
Yeah, they have just had another chance there as the half-time whistle blows, and it was a loose ball in the midfield, well picked up quickly by Martinez. Martinez plays a direct pass towards Vegas. Vegas quickly to Sancho. Sancho opts to try and go for McTominay in the middle to square. McTominay just can't get a shot on target. Should have done a lot better there. And I think it really does sum up half of wasted opportunities. Not a lot of chances going on, but both teams do look really deadly going forward. It has been, regardless of the scoreline, a really interesting FA Cup match so far. And it is half-time. Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
Half-time whistles ringing around Europe. Then we've just had a half-time between Leverkusen and Bayern. Here is Kendall with the half-time report.
Yeah, the only thing separating the teams at the moment is that really, really good Joshua Kimmich goal for Bayern Munich. Both teams have had really, really good chances. Link-up play has been really, really good from both sides. But unfortunately, Leverkusen just can't find a gap in that fantastic Bayern Munich defence. Florian Wirtz had a really good game and Demirbay as well, both for Leverkusen, the home side. But they just cannot get through the defence of Upamecano, Pavard and De Ligt at Bayern Munich. But we will see what the second half brings. But that is half-time at the Bayer Arena. Leverkusen 0, Bayern Munich 1.
Well, it's Bayern Munich there. It's 0-0 Italy between Roma and Lazio. Roma have just had a chance, John Kay.
Oh, what a chance as well. And do you remember Gigi Wijnaldum, the ex-Liverpool player? Well, he was inches away from putting Roma up in the lead. Beautiful shot from 35 yards, but he's just gone just a bit over the bar. So if you don't know who Gigi Wijnaldum, you need to go back to the history books, because he's a fantastic player for Liverpool and definitely part of that Liverpool days. But now he's trying to do the same thing for Roma under Jose Mourinho. However, 20 minutes gone, still Lazio 0, Roma 0.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Brila FM on Twitter at Brila FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brila FM, and on Instagram Brila FM 889.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
You are listening to Football Live. Today's show is powered by Hollandia Chivita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.
Place a bet that contains a pre-match selection from the Torino vs Napoli match today, with a minimum stake of 500 Naira, and get a 500 Naira free bet for every goal Osimhen scores. For more information, head over to www.nairabet.com/promotions or follow us on Twitter at NairaBet. NairaBet, bet with the best.
Coming up on Football Live on Brila FM.
Next weekend is an international break, so Football Live takes a break and we'll be back with a bang in 2 weeks' time when Manchester City kick off the weekend with a lunchtime home game at the Etihad against Liverpool, followed by Arsenal at home to Leeds United. Our reporters will have 6 Premier League matches covered in total. Join Barry Swain at 1:30 in the afternoon on Saturday the 1st of April when Football Live returns live and exclusive to Brila FM.
Yes, 40 minutes left of this show. It's been non-stop action. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. We're not back next weekend, but we'll be back the week after. So let's make this a 40-minute still. Remember then, and we're going to start with Jordan Nicolai because Mbappe, he said he's the man who's going to get PSG back into this game, and he's trying, isn't he, Jordan?
Yeah, he is trying. He had a chance. It was Verratti with a ball over the top, and it was a great first touch from Mbappe. His touches have been excellent. It's just the shooting that he hasn't been on today. The shooting was just, it was poor again. It was straight at the goalkeeper, Mandanda. Easy for him to pick up. But PSG have made changes. On has come Etike and also Renato Sanchez. So the kitchen sink is being thrown at Rennes. And if you're a Rennes fan, you're just thinking PSG might be coming back into this game. You can never write them off. They are unbeaten at home. So this would be a shock defeat. I am seeing the urgency from PSG, and they have a lot of time to get back into this match. I feel Messi can maybe do a bit more in this game. It's all Mbappe. He seems to be the go-to guy, but Messi perhaps can step it up a bit more. Feels almost criminal to criticize Messi, but it would be good to see more of the World Cup winner. But as it stands, almost 60 minutes gone, PSG 0, Rennes 2.
Jordan, I'm going to just, say a few words here, and it might be a little bit controversial, but do you think that Lionel Messi's time in France has been a little bit of a disappointment?
It does feel a bit crazy to say that. He's a current top assister, but I do know what you mean. The standard that Messi has for himself and what we expect of Messi, of course, what we saw from him in the World Cup, we know how good he can be, and he hasn't lived up to that. He was terrific in his time at Barcelona, and we haven't really seen such highlights from him at PSG. Of course, he has been good, but to his standard, I have to say it hasn't not been the typical Lionel Messi, and today has been one of those days for him as well. He is not shunned today.
Yeah, no, it's disappointing. It's been disappointing for the whole of the PSG team. They're 2-0 down in that game. It's not completely done, one and done, but who knows how that's going. Thank you, Jordan. 2-0 to Rennes in that game. We have got just over half an hour to go in that time. We're going to bring in Jack Hesson now to talk about Manchester United between Fulham and get the halftime report between those two teams.
Yeah, it's half-time at Old Trafford. It's Manchester United 0, Fulham 0, and it has been as much as an even game as it sounds. Both teams having 4 shots on target. Man United 3 on with 0 off. Fulham had 3 off target with 1 on target, so Manchester United have only had 3 shots to Fulham's 4. Possession 53%. Fulham dominating the possession, so it really tells you how this game has been. I wouldn't say it's been a dominant Fulham performance either, because Manchester United have looked so deadly on the attack as well. There's been a couple of chances. There was a penalty shout from Mitrovic when he went down under Martinez, which the referee opted to go for a Manchester United free kick, and ultimately Fulham playing some great crosses into the box. Willian on the left-hand side looking promising. Nobody there in the middle. Likewise with Manchester United. Pace on the left-hand side with Rashford getting the ball into the box. Wout Weghorst had a chance which he couldn't deposit. Scott McTominay had a chance in the box as well, which he couldn't make the most of. And we are just waiting for that one massive clear-cut chance for either team, which will hopefully come in the second half. It is half-time, however. Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
What will Ten Hag be saying at half-time, Jack? How will he kind of be trying to get Manchester United in front in this game?
They haven't played badly, but I think they do need to try and get some dominance over the game. I mentioned they've only had 47% of the ball in the first half at Old Trafford. It's quite incredible that Fulham have managed to get any kind of grip the way that they are. Of course, they are a great side and they've got great players, but you expect Manchester United to really be in total control of a game at Old Trafford, and that hasn't been the case. So I think in the second half, it's all about trying to neutralise Fulham in the midfield and really then step up and score in the second half. Fitness, I think, will become a factor later on to the game, and they've got options to bring on as well. They might opt to put Rashford in the middle, and of course you've got Anthony on the bench as well. So there's promising signs for Manchester United, but Fulham will be the happier of the two teams at 0-0 at half-time, I think.
I was going to ask you that. Do you think Marcus Silva will be happy with his team in that first half?
I think he will be. I think he'll be slightly disappointed that, they've played some great crosses, as I mentioned, into the box, and nobody's getting on the end of it. Admittedly, Manchester United have been defending it quite well. Similarly with Fulham, defensively they've been really solid, and it's night and day compared to that 3-0 defeat to Arsenal last weekend. I don't think he would have potentially have expected to be in this position at half-time, still 0-0, dominating possession. So I think he will be the happier of the two managers at half-time.
How do you see the second half going, Jack?
I think Manchester United will still edge it out. The spectre of Anthony coming on, who's a great creative player, is somebody they need. They can bring Rashford into a more centralised position in the second half, and I think they'll be able to run Fulham out of the game. However, for Fulham, what they really need to do, while their energy levels are still being kept up, is to actually try and attack Manchester United. Of course, they played in the midweek Manchester United, so it might be them who are the more tired legs, and I think Fulham need to try and also take advantage of that in the second half.
Okay, thank you, Jack. The second half underway very, very shortly in that time, about 3 minutes away from getting that second half underway. Manchester United 0, Fulham 0 to the Serie A now, to one of the best derbies in world football, where there's a few fisticuffs and handbags, John Kane.
Yes, it goes without saying, isn't it? A London derby and big Roma derby, and it was the silly, really. It was the Roma player. In fact, it was Delewinski who was trying to get away from Luis Alberto, and Luis Alberto just tackle him. He does goes flying, but what happened after that is Chris Smalling wasn't happy with that tackle, and rightly so. And Luis Alberto get second yellow card of the game. We played not even half an hour yet. 2 yellow cards, still 0-0 between Lazio and Roma.
Let's talk about Jose Mourinho, John, and the job he's done at Roma. Obviously, won a Europa Conference League. A win today would see them keep up in terms of the top four. Do you think he's done a good job?
I think he definitely done a very good job, and I think bringing Belletti and Dybala to the club as well, I think it's a very, very good move. Belletti came in on a free, so was Dybala, funny enough, came in on a free when Juve let him go. So he steadied the ship at Roma, something that probably we haven't seen for quite a few years. And when you look at Roma with when they had Totti and all that, and it was such a really good team. And after Totti's gone, they didn't have really any managers to come in and steady the ship at Roma. I think Jose Mourinho has done just that here in Serie A. Yeah, they're not in there to win the league. However, they're just building for it, haven't they? And you can't get any better person than Mourinho to build that stability in any club, to be fair.
Yeah, you can't. He absolutely loves the derby, doesn't he? He thrives in those type of environments. And it's what Roma need. They haven't won away. We say away because the brilliant thing about this derby between Roma and Lazio is the fact they play in the same stadium. So really, they're never truly away. However, Roma haven't won away, shall we say, in exclamation marks, since 2016. So they're going to need Jose Mourinho's feistiness and desire for winning. But thank you very much, John Kane. On that, it's 0-0 in that tie. We're going to go back to Jordan Agola now because Mbappe's another chance. He's trying his best, isn't he, Jordan?
Yeah, he really is trying. This chance was not as gilt-edged as some of the other opportunities. Messi played it to him. It was a counter-attack for PSG. And Mbappe just cut inside and tried to curl it into the top corner. But he got it wrong. Like I said before, he hasn't got his shooting boots on. But I think he's destined to score. The amount of shots that he's had in this match, he's surely destined to score. But PSG, it's just all too easy for Rennes. They're just playing it simply in front of them. They're not stretching. They're not playing it out wide, stretching the ball. And it's easy for Rennes to defend against. But so far, you just still feel PSG might have a say in this match. And it might be a late comeback on. But 65 minutes gone, it is PSG 0, Rennes 2.
Do you think PSG will find a way back into that game, or are Rennes just surprising you in how well they're playing?
Rennes, yeah, you have to give Rennes credit because, no one saw this one coming and they have defended well. I don't want to take away too much credit from Rennes. I do see PSG getting a goal in this one, but I think it's too little too late. I don't think they can get the 3 points here. At best, they're going to walk away with a draw. But if Rennes keep on playing like how they've been playing, they should take the 3 points.
Let's see that. We've got a big 20 minutes in store there, and a 20 minutes that you will not be missing out on, because if anything happens, we will let you know. Where should we go now? Well, a couple of games are at half-time, really. Obviously, we just spoke to John Kane, Lazio, Roma. That's 0-0 in that tie. Manchester United and Fulham, there's still 0-0 currently as well. He hasn't kicked off quite right there. And then Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich, 1-0 to Bayern Munich. But both teams are still in the dressing rooms around the rest of Europe. There will only a couple of games that are active currently then. Well, actually, no real games are active. Only Vitesse and PSV, which is 1-0. And apart from that, well, you're up to date. We're covering you in all the games, really. So nothing really happening around Europe and around everywhere right now. I mean, why don't we give the chance to talk about this Manchester United takeover then? I think that's probably the place to go and the place to start for us. I mean, it's a big one, isn't it? And apparently Sheikh Hassim is willing to overplay for the club after the Qataris delegation visit to Old Trafford. But we'll stop right there and we'll actually go to Roma. I want to talk about this, but Roma, well, they've got Jose Mourinho's passion too much because they've just got a red card, John Kane.
They have. Ibanez just got his second yellow card of the game, which is the red card, and they're still debating it. VR are still looking at it, but I'm looking at it, the replay. He's just gone way too much on the Lazio player, and that definitely deserved a yellow. Even if it wasn't on the red card, on one yellow, he deserved a second yellow card, the Roma player. And what a derby. Like we said, what a derby. We talk about steadying the ship. It'd be very good to see how Jose Mourinho will steady the ship now. 33 minutes gone? Not even that. Lazio nil, Roma nil, and Roma already playing with 10 men. Amazing.
Does that change the landscape of this game?
Oh, definitely. I mean, Lazio have been slightly the better side throughout the first half hour of the game. Roma more or less just try and play it nice and simple from at the back and middle of the park, not causing anything going forward. But now losing Ibanez is going to have to reshuffle things even more so for Jose Mourinho, and I think it just opens the door for Lazio to try and score the next goal, and probably they will try to score the goal before half-time because it's just before Mourinho gives his team talk, which probably to be an ideal place for Sarri's team to goal. So they've got about 10 minutes plus injury time. We're probably going to see about 2-3 minutes out of that due to the VAR. And actually, the red card has been confirmed, and it was a second yellow, and the game has already restarted. It's 0-0. Roma with 10 men.
To the part of the Princess where it feels like Mbappe v Rennes, and Rennes have just struck back.
Yeah, Rennes had a great opportunity. This time it was Akambi who scored the first goal. He tried to curl it into the far corner. They were just wide of the target. There was another opportunity for Calimundo to get his second goal of the day, but it was a good save from Donnarumma. He came out, made himself big, and was able to just smother Calimundo before he could get a clean shot off. But PSG have really been poor in the second half. It's almost as if they're not playing for their manager. Rennes are starting to slice through them easily. And believe it or not, it could be Rennes that gets the next goal of this game. And that would definitely be game, set, match. But as we approach the 70th minute, it is PSG 0, Rennes 2.
It's Manchester United. They've just kicked off. They're 35 seconds into their game against Fulham. Jack Heston, it's 0-0 there. We'll be with him shortly. We'll go back to Manchester United takeover talk then, shall we? And as I was saying, Sheikh Hassim bin Ahmed Al Thani said he would be willing to overpay for Manchester United with the figures close to the Glazers' $6 billion price tag, and will make a second club this big. This obviously follows the delegation's visit to Old Trafford and the fact that everyone visited, all the people, all the bidders and the owners concerned in this bidding war visited Old Trafford to discuss everything. Sheikh Hassim is consulting with his bankers and advisors on Friday in order to put together what he believes will be a compelling offer for the club. Apparently, though, all the other bidders are prepared to overpay for Manchester United due to its history and because it hardly ever comes onto the market. A US insider said all the numbers of people from the bidders will be working out the real value of the club over the next few days. They will be making second bids. The reality is their third bids were just indicative in the process. The second bids next week are really the first serious bids. The Glazer family does believe that Manchester United is worth $6 billion. The second person, Bar Al Thani, who is really involved, is Ratcliffe. He is also expected to make a second bid for Manchester United. He is part of the company Ineos, and they spent about 6 hours at Old Trafford and Carrington in the delegation, with meetings finishing about 4 p.m. He was there for a while. They made no comment. They're now going to go away and digest the information they've received on Friday before they make new formal offers next week. Ratcliffe flew in from Nice. He is also the owner of the football club of Nice and lives there. And he was photographed outside Old Trafford after meeting with the executives. Unlike Sheikh Hassim did not visit Manchester United the previous day. There we go. It's going to be big, isn't it? It's going to be big. Whatever happens, whatever the way it goes, it's going to be something that goes on for a while. And you feel like there's going to be no resolve till the summer. So let's stop talking about Manchester United and takeover. And let's actually go to Old Trafford and visit the pitch and visit Jack Kesson, because it's still currently 0-0 there. How's the opening 3 minutes gone there, Jack?
Yeah, still 0-0, and it's been about just as even as the game has been so far. A decent chance there for Fulham, a shot. Great save by David De Gea, the shot by Paulinho. So again, Fulham starting off in the front foot in the second half. It's a second shot of the game. The first one came just a couple of minutes in, so they're knocking at the door at the moment, but Manchester United are certainly not out of it at all. Good start for Fulham in the second half. However, it's still Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
What will both teams be looking to do in this half, Jack? I mean, I obviously asked the question how the managers do, but what do you personally think they'll do?
I think Fulham will just keep playing as they are until they get a goal, and I think once they get, or if they get a goal, they'll look to then try and sit back and consolidate for the rest of the game to kill the match. Manchester United, it looks like they're almost submitting to Fulham's higher amount of possession and looking to try and catch them on the break, because Fulham are bringing numbers forward, they're taking a risk, and whether or not that risk pays off will show when that first real chance to get comes. If they can take it, they'll take the lead and try and see out the game. Manchester United know they've got the firepower to attack them dangerously if they leave numbers forward. So again, really interesting to see how this one goes. I don't know how it's going to go at the moment, really. It's 49 minutes played. Manchester United 0, Fulham 0.
0-0 there. It's also underway between Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich scored the 22nd minute through Benjamin Pavard. How's the opening 5 minutes gone there, Kendall?
Yeah, it's been okay so far. We are just coming into the 50th minute now, and there's been a couple of changes at half-time. Julian Nagelsmann decided to switch up his team just a little bit, and Coleman has replaced João Cancelo, and Serge Gnabry has also replaced Sadio Mane, who's had a really, really difficult game today. He's not completed any of his challenges, and yeah, he's just had a difficult game, which is unusual for Sadio Mane. Also, Thomas Muller has come off due to injury, and he has been replaced by Jamal Musiala. But Leverkusen have had really, really good opening few minutes of this second half. They've had a couple of chances, but also Goretzka had another chance as well. He was the one who assisted Kimmich's goal earlier, so we will see what unfolds in this second half. But we are coming into the 50th minute now, and it is still 1-0 to Bayern Munich.
Ring the door, and the FA Cup will answer, because we've got a shock on the cards at Old Trafford. Yes, Manchester United, they have fallen behind against Fulham. We said that Fulham, Jack has said that Fulham were knocking on the door early on, and they found a way through because they now lead, Jack.
They certainly make that early half-time dominance count, and after some relentless pressure, a great chance from Willian just before that, the ball falls out for about the third corner in the space of a couple of minutes. The ball whipped in, deflects off, good corner by Pereira. Deflects off of a flicked on by Usa Diop, and then it falls to Mitrovic at the back post, who's there to deliver that one big chance I was talking about for them to take, and they've just taken it, and they take the lead at Old Trafford in the FA Cup. It's Manchester United 0, Fulham 1, 51 minutes played.
Jack, I'm seeing that there's VAR on the goal. Is it clear what that could be for?
It's not that clear at the moment. There is a Manchester United player down. We're going to have to wait and see what it is that the VAR has seen in the box. It may have potentially have been a foul, because there's a Manchester United man down. We're taking a wee look at that there to see. It looked like there may have been a foul on Marcus Rashford by Tim Ream. There's no call that has been...
I can confirm there's been a goal. It's been given as a goal for them. They do lead in that fixture. That is 1-0 there, and it's all for Manchester United to do. Jack, how will Erik ten Hag react to that goal? Is he going to change? Is he going to... Because we know he likes to. We know he's not scared to.
yeah, I think he has to make some kind of change now. They've just been completely off it. They might give it a bit of time to see what kind of reaction they make after the goal. Marcus Rashford currently limping off. I'm not sure if that is something that's going to be serious. Well, unsure yet if that's the case, but he's got to be the main man. I think you've got to try and move him, as I've been saying, move him in centrally, and then also bring on more attacking options like Anthony. Scott McTominay in the midfield, it's just been non-existent. You've got Fred on the bench who can perhaps make a difference. So there's options there for Manchester United to take. But I think instead of being too reactionary, they should wait to see what kind of reaction they have in these next few minutes before making any massive changes.
Will Fulham look to settle on their lead, or will they, I mean, it's not like Fulham, is it? They're going to go out and they're going to try and find a second, aren't they?
Potentially so. I mean, it looks like from where they've got the ball at the moment that looks like to be the case, that they're not going to try and sit back. But I think as this game continues to go on, they will look to try and kill any Manchester United momentum. It's really interesting. I still don't know how this one is going to go. It's all about Manchester United's reaction. Now, 52 minutes played, Manchester United 0, Fulham 1.
There we go. Goal there. Huge goal for Fulham, because Man United's ever got dreams. Well, they could be in tatters. Well, Fulham, they can begin to dream of visiting Wembley come the end of April. A team that, well, they won't be visiting Wembley. However, they just had another chance. It's Bayern Munich. They need 1-0 crown against Bayer Leverkusen. They want a second, don't they, Kendall?
Absolutely, they really are on top of this game at the moment. Leroy Sané had a couple of really, really good chances. One, he was just caught offside in his second chance by the linesman there, and it was a close call, but it looked to be the right one. And the other one was actually a really wasted opportunity. They should be 2-0 up here, but his flying shot went straight into the stands behind the goal. But as it stands at the moment, 53rd minute, it is 1-0 still to Bayern Munich.
The very latest in-play odds with NairaBet.
Well, let's have a look at that. Paris Saint-Germain also, and Rennes. Rennes are winning 2-0. Oslo like this. A home win is 51.0, a draw 11.0, and an away win is 1.08. Now, Lazio and Roma are suspended, of course, because Roma are down to 10 men. Moving down to Man United and Fulham. Has it changed? Well, Man United losing currently 1-0 against Fulham is 4.2 for a home win, 3.1 for a draw, and 2.0 for a away win at the moment. Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich. Of course, Bayern Munich winning 1-0. That's closed. No more bets on that one. That's it. Josh, back to you.
Thank you, Patrick. Very well. That's been a fun feature, hasn't it, for the rest of this game? I really am in love with that feature. So there we go. All the odds sponsored by NairaBet from us there. Well, I mean, it's everywhere. It's all kicking off well. So we've got VAR right now checking a pen in the Bayern game with Kendall. We're not going to go to her yet. Yes, the penalty has been awarded. So we will be with Kendall soon to find out if that penalty goes in. But right now to John Kane, because handbags again, the game has stopped and it's another red card, John.
It's just the game has got everything, isn't it? We haven't got a single corner yet. Yet we have 2 yellow cards and 2 red cards. But this time the red card has gone to the Roma official. It was Pedro, the Lazio player, the ex-Barcelona player. He just gone trying to keep the ball onto the pitch. He slided out a bit, and then he was confronted by the assistant manager and another member of staff of AS Roma. And there was quite a few words being exchanged. Quite a lot of the players did get involved, and then the referee came in and he gave a red card, in fact, to the 2 Roma members of staff. So Jose Mourinho not only he's got a player shortage in the pitch, but it's actually is lighter by 2 members of staff. It's not going well at all for Roma, but it's something that we're expecting to have some intense and passion in that London derby. Keep saying London derby, the Roma derby, but I wasn't expecting to have 3 red cards of all sort, not even first half finish yet. It's still 0-0, but it's just brilliant to watch. Absolutely brilliant.
Tell you what is a brilliant watch. It's in the Bundesliga, because Bayer Leverkusen, will they have equalised at Bayern Munich? It's now 1-0 in that game. Bayern Munich, they were in the driving seat. They were put in front through Joshua Kimmich. But from the penalty spot, from 12 yards out, Bayer Leverkusen have levelled, Kendall.
Absolutely, and it is an absolutely fantastic penalty from Ezequiel Palacios. He slots it straight in the bottom corner, far away from Jan Sommer, and it is a great penalty. The referee had a very lengthy VAR review. He had to go and check the on-screen monitor, but it was given, and it is now 1-1 Leverkusen and Bayern Munich, and Xabi Alonso will be extremely happy with his team. The mentality to come back from that, and obviously some people could say they're being gifted a goal here in terms of the penalty, but they've still got to score it, and it was a great penalty taken from Palacios. So we are now coming into the 57th minute, and it is 1-1 Leverkusen and Bayern Munich.
Was it definitely a penalty? There was no questions around the legitimacy of it.
Yeah, it did look a little bit of a soft penalty at first, the first replay that I saw, and I am seeing a couple of people, still Bayern Munich fans specifically, not happy about it. However, but the referee was quite sure that it was a penalty. As I say, it was a lengthy review, but yeah, on second look, it definitely is a penalty for me.
Cool. Well, there we go. Thank you very much, Kendall. That's a huge goal in terms of the Bundesliga title race. It now moves Bayer Leverkusen back on level points with the Borussia Dortmund on 53 points. They need a win to go 2 points clear. But Leverkusen, this is a game for Xabi Alonso to kind of lay down the marker and show the rest of the Europe how good of a manager he is, and kind of make the rest of Europe sit up and look at him as one of the best and upcoming young managers throughout Germany and, as I said, across Europe. Oh, take a breath, everyone, because it's absolute drama. We're going to go back to Jack Essen quickly. Last time we heard Fulham, they're 1-up in that game. How have United responded, Jack?
They haven't responded all that well, I have to say. And really, if you're looking at this game, the 8 minutes or so, since the goal, it looks like it would be Fulham that will go and get the second goal, because they've just got all the momentum at the moment. Manchester United looking a bit shaken. I can tell you they have now taken off Scott McTominay and they've brought on Anthony. So that's a creative midfield player at this rate. With the way that the momentum's going, it is a moment of magic that they're going to need, and a player like Anthony to get that moment of magic. 58 minutes played, it's Manchester United now, Fulham 1.
That's a huge shock. That will be the shock of the weekend at Manchester United. It's written on the cards. I think most United fans I was speaking to thought they would comfortably dispatch of Fulham, but we spoke about the danger that Fulham possess. We spoke about how well this team is run, especially under Marco Silva, and they are 1-up, and they are half an hour away from a trip to Wembley, which isn't far for them. It's only a little bit up London, coming from the west of London, Fulham, but nonetheless, it is still a trip to Wembley, and that means we're going to have Brighton, Fulham, Manchester City, and Sheffield United in the FA Cup. Only one so-called Big Six team. When was the last time that happened? Is Manchester City to lose? I think that's all you've got to say. Manchester United 0, Fulham 1. 59 minutes gone in that game. It's half-time between Roma and Lazio. What a first half it was. No goals, but 2 red cards and a whole lot of drama.
It's indeed. It's half-time here. Rome is Lazio 0, Roma 0. We haven't seen any goals, but we've seen passion. We've seen yellow cards. We've seen even a red card in the first half hour of that game. It was passion just written all over it, not just from the crowd, the players. We haven't seen big chances between both sides, but we have seen more of the cards being dashed out, including a couple of members of the Roma staff. So it's the game that could go either way. Considering how Roma play, and they have got Tammy Abraham on the bench, but Lazio, you think they're probably they're the ones who should be really capitalising on that man down from the opposite side. It's 0-0 at half time. I'm expecting a goal or two in the second half, probably for Lazio.
Yeah, well, probably.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Brila FM on Twitter at Brila FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brila FM, and on Instagram Brila FM 889.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
You are listening to Football Live. Today's show is powered by Hollandia Chivita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.
Bet a minimum of 500 naira on Torino versus Napoli today and get a 500 naira free bet for every goal Osimhen scores. Yes, that's right. For every goal Victor Osimhen scores, you'll get a 500 naira free bet if you stake a minimum of 500 naira on the Torino versus Napoli match. For T's and C's, head over to www.nairabet.com/promotions. NairaBet, bet with the best.
Coming up on Football Live on Brila FM.
Next weekend is an international break, so Football Live takes a break and we'll be back with a bang in 2 weeks' time when Manchester City kick off the weekend with a lunchtime home game at the Etihad against Liverpool, followed by Arsenal at home to Leeds United. Our reporters will have 6 Premier League matches covered in total. Join Barry Swain at 1:30 in the afternoon on Saturday the 1st of April when Football Live returns live and exclusive to Brila FM.
A round of all the scores then. It's Manchester United 0, Fulham 1. It's Lazio 0, Roma 0. Half-time there. We just heard from John Kane who gave us that report. It's Lille level in Bayer Leverkusen. It's Leverkusen 1, Bayern Munich 1. And PSG, they're currently 2 down to Rennes. They've got 2 minutes to try and find something. And Verratti has just had a chance, Jordan and Kearney.
Yes, Verratti had a great opportunity to make a goal happen for PSG. It was Mbappe who found Verratti and he tried to find the far corner, but Mandanda pulled off a terrific save to deny the Italian. PSG have really been poor in these final stages of this match. At times, they've been guilty of just walking instead of running to track back. It really seems as if it's just doom and gloom in Paris. And I don't see them even scoring a goal in this one, not with the way they're playing. If anyone's going to score a goal, it could be Rennes. They actually had a chance with Traoré, but Donnarumma pulled off a good save, but it has been poor from PSG. Messi has been dispossessed so many times today. Mbappe couldn't do it all on his own. Well, it's not over. Still a few minutes left of this one. PSG 0, Rennes 2.
PSG, they're trailing 2-0 Bayern Munich. They've been levelled back, but they're trying to get back in front there, Kendall.
Yeah, big chance for Goretzka, who headed a great ball towards the goal. Really difficult header. Unfortunately, the Leverkusen goalkeeper, Hradecky, he was there and he saved it really well. Benjamin Pavard has also gone off for Bayern Munich. He was the one who actually gave the foul away for the penalty. Just stepped on the back of Adli's heel in the penalty box, and he was the one who gave that penalty away to get Leverkusen level. But it is still, at the moment, we are coming into the 65th minute here at the Bayer Arena, and it is still 1-1 Leverkusen and Bayern Munich.
All perfectly poised there. It's not perfectly poised in Manchester United. Fulham lead. 64 minutes gone in that one. Jack Hessing, give us any updates you can.
Yeah, 64 minutes played still. Manchester United now Fulham 1, and Manchester United getting a bit more of the ball now. It looks like Fulham perhaps are now thinking to settle in, but they still look incredibly dangerous on the break. Willian on the left-hand side has been rolling back the years, cutting inside, switching the play over, making the space for others. He's looking really impressive. And Fulham, they still look really great and really dangerous on the counter-attack. So the way I kind of see this game going, Manchester United, they're getting a bit more of the ball. They're going to start bringing players forward. And that could be Fulham's chance to potentially grab a second. However, 65 minutes played, it's still Manchester United 0, Fulham 1.
1-0 there, and we've only got 6 minutes left of our show here on Football Live. I'm hoping we're gonna have a little bit of drama within those 6 minutes, but you know what I mean, it's now 5 minutes now. But what a 4-hour show it has been. There's been so many goals, there's been so much drama. We've had so many. We've seen Arsenal beat Crystal Palace 4-1. We've seen Brighton book their place in the semi-finals and defeat Grimsby 5-0. We've also seen scores around Europe. We've seen Napoli dispatch Torino comfortably 4-0, and in his press conference afterwards, Luciano Spalletti said, "I've seen few players in my life and a career with skills and qualities of Kim Min-jae. He's incredible, always aggressive. He deserves to start every game. Look at Di Lorenzo too. He's a top player, not only Kvara and Osimhen." I think that's really important to stress about PSG. I think a lot of look at it and think, you know, of Kvara and Osimhen. I think that's what people look at. However, they are more than that. They are definitely more than that, and you know their recruitment has been phenomenal. There's a reason why they're in position they are, and Luca Spalletti, he's giving credit to all the team, but of course Osimhen is the main piece, especially with those concerned in Nigeria. He's the star boy. He's the super eagle. He is brilliant, and it's a pleasure to report and watching him all the ways. Now, there might be a last bit of drama and a little bit of late drama to the tale because there is VAR at PSG, and they're reviewing a possible penalty. Ooh, wow, this is going to be a moment, isn't it? With 2 minutes to move up, we're in 5 minutes injury time. We played 2 minutes of the 5 minutes of injury time, and PSG can have a possible penalty. But I don't think they have. No, there is no penalty. The ball is back in Steve Mandanda's hands, and it is no penalty. Well, Rennes fans, they can breathe a sigh of relief because that would have been a real hair-raising last couple of minutes, wouldn't it, to that? We're going to go to Jordan now to tell us a bit about that VAR claim.
Yes, it was Zaire Emery who crossed the ball, and it was Wu who they were saying might have handballed it, but upon replay you can see that it hit off his shoulder and not his arm. I'm sure Rennes fans must have had their hearts in their mouths for that moment there, thinking, oh wow, we're going to see a late PSG comeback. There's barely any time, but PSG are capable. But no, the penalty was not given, and the 3 points should be going to Rennes. PSG's unbeaten record at home looks to be coming to an end. So as we approach the final whistle, PSG 0, Rennes 2.
Yeah, the last time that PSG lost at home was all the way back in 2021. They lost their manager who manages them now, Galita. He managed them in that game. They're only 19. That's nearly 2 years ago. So the last time it was PSG. But today it comes to an end at the hands of Rennes. No penalty there. Game over. PSG 0, Rennes 2. Thank you, Jordan, for that. We'll be with the full-time report shortly if we get around to it. Man United, they're the ones training, but Fulham, they're the ones who are looking to extend their lead. They've just had another chance.
Oh, that was a massive chance for 2-0. It was a corner again, almost the exact same position as the goal, and it's whipped in a great corner. The one man you do not want that to fall to if you're Manchester United is Mitrovic again, and it does. It's a really great, powerful header going into the top right-hand corner and forces David De Gea into what can only be described as a world-class save. Great work from David De Gea to stop that going in. Keeps Manchester United alive in this game. But at the moment, it still looks like the all likelihood is that Fulham will get a second goal in this game. 68 minutes played. It's Man United 0, Fulham 1.
We're not going to get to see the end of the game here on Football Live. So how do you think the final 25 minutes are going to play out in that time?
I think barring a moment of magic for Manchester United, I think Fulham are looking very comfortable to see this game out. I think that's really the way it's going to go. Still at this stage, all likelihood is it's going to be a second Fulham goal in this game if we do get one.
Cool. Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate that. That is 0-0 in that game. Now we're going to go off to Kendall because Bayern Munich have just had a chance.
An absolutely golden chance. Bayern Munich should be in the lead here. Jamal Musiala just literally millimetres wide of the post. Nagelsmann's got his head in his hands. We're coming into the 70th minute of the game now, the last 20 minutes of the game, and it really should be 2-1 Bayern Munich at this point, but it is still 1-1 at the Bayer Arena, and Leverkusen, Bayern Munich could just get on top. Leverkusen lagging behind a little bit, but Xabi Alonso will be really, really hoping that his team can hold on today. They've played some really, really nice football, and obviously got the penalty as well, but we will. What remains to be seen what the result will be. Bayern just seem to be getting on top in the final moments of the game right now, but it is still 1-1.
Thank you very much, and that is going to be the end of the show, Kendall. Full time, then Arsenal beat Crystal Palace 4-1 in the game. That is a score that you need to remember. Also in the FA Cup, Manchester United, they're losing 1-0 right now, and Brighton beat Grimsby earlier in the day. This has been Football Live. Thank you to my team of reporters. I've been Josh Bailey. See you after the international break.
Today's show was produced by Pat Noiret and powered by Hollandia Civita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.
Yeah, they've gone.